Welcome everybody to the International Esports Federation EU Regionals for PUBG Mobile. My name is Bigfoot and I'm here joined by Edu. How's it going there, buddy?
Honestly, it feels pretty good to wake up early in the morning over here in America to cast a little bit of Eastern European PUBG Mobile. What a very niche and specific thing that I, as someone all the way across the world, is doing right now. But how are you doing today, Bigfoot?
Yeah, really good, mate. I'm really happy to be getting back into this. I started out doing PUBG Mobile and took a bit of a break, so there'll be a lot of nostalgia for me tonight, for sure. I used to do this every day, and then I've been off for like a year or so, except for one memorial stream I did for a friend. But yeah, it's looking really good. There's 12 matches coming up, so it's going to be a long and action-packed couple of days. 15 countries joining, with 3 progressing to the World Esports Championship Finals that will be held in Romania. There was 12 teams last year, with Ukraine reigning the champions of 2022, so we'll see how they get on this year.
Yeah, honestly, seeing how Ukraine performed last year, I did a little bit of research into these guys and made sure, we know what is going to be going down. Obviously, we have a lot of teams across the Eastern European and Central European area, all the way reaching, I believe, as westward as Norway and Spain. So we got people all over the place. And I know that you pointed out no English-speaking countries that you can root for, but a lot of countries that definitely have a lot of difference in culture. So having them merge together to see who's going to be the best at PUBG Mobile today is going to be pretty fun. So I'm a little excited about that. Now, knowing how we're going to see these placements, because PUBG Mobile does get into the point where, for anybody who does not know, for a layman, you might want to say, how would the point system devolve into this so people would know where these players are trying to shoot for?
Well, every single game is shooting for that chicken dinner. That's a total of 10 points, and it's quite a big drop to second place. So if you're in a 1v1 at the end and you don't hack it, you can lose your team 4 points, or 5 for the missed kill included, because there's 1 for every kill as well. So first place, the chicken dinner gets you 10, second gets you 6, then 5, then 4, then 3, then 2. 7th and 8th place get 1, and then 9th to 15th place will get no points whatsoever. So if you're in one of those early eliminations, you get taken out in your drop zone or in your first rotation, you get no points on the board. If you get no kills, you get no points on the board. So it's really about surviving till that last stage and getting those higher placement points, because one point per kill is not going to get you to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, if we do see, someone get dropped during elimination, I think, or get eliminated during drop, I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue there, because think about it. There's 16, 15 teams here, all spread across Europe, and this map is going to have them spread across. Obviously, they are going to be following the ship and making sure that, they drop in the right location here. But with that in mind, here's the placement so far. As you can see, not many, but we do get to know now who's actually competing. But back to the point of people getting eliminated right off the bat. This map is huge, and there's a lot of places for people to go. So if I see someone trying to land purposefully on someone else for maybe an early elimination, that is so risky, because there's enough space for everybody here to get a nice early game start.
Yeah, but it's all a matter of whether these teams know each other or not. Personally, I don't know these teams yet. I'm going to be taking notes as the night progresses and seeing where these teams like to land, if they like the hot spots, the edge spots. Some people just hug the very north of the circle on a map like Sanhok, for example, and just try not to get into any fights until the last couple of circles. And I think that's a very wise choice. But some of these teams can be might be crashing in those early sections, not knowing what drop spots are preferred.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to be preferred here. As we know, there's a lot of hot spots and a lot of places that people like to go nowadays. And, seeing where the meta was back when we last played, we've seen a lot of changes to that. There's, updates to where, of course, the vehicle spawns are, where these players are going to be able to jump in and just get a huge momentum boost, being able to not only loot faster, but also just cover more distance and make sure that they are near enough to the circle where they can just comfortably play. And if somebody lands in a spot where there aren't many vehicles, the only downside to those being noise, I think that we might have a decent time for these players, as honestly, in the situation that we have going on, if they know the map, if they know the meta, which they should, because of course this is, regional qualifiers here for a huge tournament land that's going to be held in Romania. So can't wait for that. I gotta see where these guys are going to feel the most comfortable and drop the greatest amount of not only eliminations, but also just overall playstyle. Positioning is 90% of a battle royale. So where these guys find themselves on the map is where I'm going to be looking forward to what they actually do.
Yeah, some people used to always think it's about gunplay, but for me, it's definitely about rotations, where you're on the map, how you avoid and choose to take part in conflict. And we'll be focusing on 3 different maps tonight, so there will be 3 different playstyles. It'll be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, repeated in that order twice today and twice tomorrow. So for a total of 12 matches, and that's 4 on each map. And it's good to start on Erangel, the OG map, the original PUBG release map. And then moving on to Miramar in the desert and Sanhok in the jungle, which since I played, they've introduced cars. So that's a really big difference now. Yeah, it used to just be motorbikes, tuk-tuks, and buggies, but having cars on Sanhok is such a big difference for such a small map as well. And now you can block off those bridges. The bridge is so important in Sanhok as well. It's got those 3 different islands, you know, and you need those bridges to get from island to island in those late rotations.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Grand Theft Auto Liberty City with how tight these bridges actually hold everything down. But of course, with that in mind, you know, having these new updates, one, when someone says, oh, it's a car, you know, what's the difference between a car and a motorbike? Obviously, coverage. Okay, you can't really get sniped that easily compared to when you're on a motorbike. One, it does move a little slower, but at the same time, it gives you that chassis that you get to sit in and try to protect yourself. So little things like that allow it so you can move your squad as quick as possible in a relatively protected way. But of course, getting out of those cars and even camping the cars could be a strategy for these players. As you know, they know where the spawns are, they know where you're going to be seeing these vehicles, and if it does come to the later game, you know, if someone is around a corner and, you know, circles closing and there's not a whole lot of opportunities for them, you're going to want to, you know, see those kind of strategies. Again, I do believe this game is a lot of positioning, very little aim comes down to it when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I think at the end of the day, if you know where to be and you're not in between 2 teams, you're going to be a happy camper.
Yeah, that's for sure. We'll probably see some camping too. And it's one of my favorite playstyles that you just touched on there is someone that will drop in a drop spot by themselves, watch a team loot up, and just they know there's only one car in this town, so they just stand by the car and camp the car. I've seen some amazing stuff. I'm starting to get fond memories coming back to me already.
Yeah,
of course, those cars are so important for portable cover at the end of a map as well. You need to you might be out in Miramar, just full desert, and your only option for cover is cars and smokes. So those cars come in crucial. You need to be taking 4 cars to the final circle, but that is always easier said than done.
Yeah, you're going to want to try to take as much space as you can. And of course, with these updates over on a lot of these maps to make sure that we are seeing what's dropped. But let's talk a little bit about what kind of weaponry these guys are trying to pick up. Obviously, you got the main M4 or MR that's been the same gun for its entire duration. Really, it's the best to pick up. It's the one that everyone's going to be looking for. But you know, there's been changes where the vector's not that good. There's well, at least not as good. And of course, you know, the AWM, the one gun that gives you the distance that might be needed on those deserty type maps. So lots of weapons that these guys are going to be shooting for, and hopefully by the time that circle encloses on these players, they're going to have what they want. I think at this rank, you don't really have to worry about what gun you're bringing into the fight, more so if you have enough ammo, if you got smokes, if you got coverage at that point.
Yeah, utility is so crucial, especially in the later rounds. Like I'm saying, when the map is closing in and it's an open space, you have to have those smokes to get through. And it's all about looting up in the right place. And this is the payoff with your land zones, you know. You go to those spots that got high loot, but they're also highly contested. You go to a zone that might be quiet, and you might not get your loot together. So yeah, it's everything from the first drop to the final drop is so crucial. But these teams, they've been playing PUBG for so long. They know everything, and it's going to be really interesting to see which areas and which tactics these different teams employ.
Yeah, you got the you know, split up and make sure you search for clues. You got the stick as a group and make sure you hyper target one player. You know, in this kind of sweaty material that you have in this environment of being at the World Esports Federation here, you got so much on the line here. And honestly, imagine the pressure of being a guy who decides for his team, hey, I'm going to go lurk, try to maybe get 1 or 2 picks, and you get picked. That's one player that's down, and you just gave a single point. And in a point system where elims matter, you're going to not want to be that guy, which is very unfortunate. So there's a lot of pressure on these players as well as we move into this game, which I believe is actually going to be starting shortly here, Bigfoot.
Yeah, it should do. Very, very excited to get into it. And yeah, and if you've played PUBG Mobile yourself, you've just started or you've been playing since it came out many years ago, you know, and you've only played in public lobbies, I highly recommend you to find some scrims, find a team and get into some, like, the sort of events that you'll be seeing tonight, because the public lobbies are such a different arena. to scrims or professional games. And at least in the UK a long time ago, there was almost daily scrims. I think the scene has died down a little bit, but wherever you're from, you'll be able to find some sort of scene to interact. The private lobbies are where the action is at. And then when you get a private lobby like this, where you're talking about some of the best players in each country coming together, I think we're going to see some really good stuff.
Absolutely. And of course, one thing I will point out about mobile gaming as a whole is the main fact that it is such a great tool for people to get into gaming. Back when me and you were younger, we probably had to jump into gaming either, in the old Flash days on a really crappy PC, or we'd have to jump in on, of course, just whatever console the buddy next door had. There was a lot of difference, but now almost everyone has a phone. Doesn't matter if you're like 8 nowadays, so you can jump into like mobile gaming. And now that we're seeing that reach a tier of such high competitiveness, that in a world esports event there's going to be a LAN event for it, and there's LAN events all over for PUBG Mobile. It's a huge esports scene. It tells you a lot about the climate that has been changing here for a lot of these games that have been picked up, and PUBG Mobile being one that I think a lot of people have fun with. But of course, with all the semantics of we just love mobile gaming and how these players get in, and it's a thing for all ages is one thing. These aren't just kids who don't want to play it on PC. The PUBG mobile scene, I think, is nearly as big as the main PUBG, or even bigger in some areas of the world.
It is 100% bigger in some areas of the world. Yeah, some people just would never even looked at or touched the PC game or PC game stream or anything, and it's PUBG Mobile is the go-to, which is great. It's like you're saying, it's improved accessibility for all ages, but also like all countries. Gaming PCs aren't cheap.
Yeah, they're not. No.
And mobile phones definitely cheaper. So the accessibility function is a really, really good advantage of this. And the PUBG Mobile has just done so much wonders for that scene.
Yeah, and I've been playing it since 2018, back when I was a senior in high school. So really, it reminds me a lot of those days of driving back home from the bus and being the accessibility of when you have to just go from point A to point B, and there's something in between that you have to do, whipping it out and getting a few chicken dinners. That's got to feel good, And honestly, it's little things like that that make a game like this so hype and so fun for everybody to be watching. And talking about watching, I believe we are going to be starting soon here. But first, we have to get through some technical difficulties. But let's talk a little bit about our predictions here. Last year, Ukraine did take this event. They did an amazing job, but we got a lot of other teams from across the European continent here. We got, of course, Turkey, which I believe you had your eye on.
Yeah, just as a country. I mean, I don't know these teams personally yet, so as we enter into the first game, I'll be getting to know them, as we all will. But Turkey just always stuck out to me. They're international teams, and also just in the public lobbies. If you saw a team with 4 Turkey flags, you were scared. Literally, like that. This is how I remember the public lobbies. The Turkey teams were just insane. They were very good at rushing, which is a tactic not all teams employ in PUBG Mobile. You hit a building from 4 angles all of a sudden with a car. You nade the hell out of it. You molly the hell out of it. You rush in with shotguns and finish people off. That was something that Turkey teams used to do very well in public lobbies, and I also saw some Turkey teams do well in professional leagues too.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we're actually maybe not.
We were nearly there. We saw Erangel. I saw it for a brief second.
I was like, I got so excited because I saw the map. I saw all the players that looked like they were in the corner ready to just come out, and unfortunately, back to cameras. But
they're on Spawn Island, which means the plane will be taking off any second now.
Oh, I'm pretty excited about that. Getting themselves off and being able to just find these spots. But looking at where everybody can drop, starting here on, I believe, what exactly is the first map? Because I know we have an exact order to which maps we're going on first.
So it's OG Erangel, then it's Miramar, then it's Sanhok, then we repeat, and then we go to sleep, and then we wake up, and we repeat again. That's what's happening.
Got it. Yep. Yeah, we are going to be watching a lot of games here, but here we go. Now we're actually going right in.
And that is an awesome flight path as well. Straight down the middle. You've got the military base on the end of it. Straight over schools, straight past Pachinki. We might see some pretty hot drops, but then again, we also might see teams spread out as much as possible left and right.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to see 3 teams dropping quite quickly here. Moving over towards the top left of the map here, northwest side. might be able to find something good. But when they all drop, that quick, let's see if we're going to be seeing that kill feed load in fast here. And there it is. Right when we get above school, that's when people decide I'm bailing. And it is a spread out. I see people going to Pollyanna. We go Mansion. Lots of people trying to hit the shooting range. And that might be the first point of contention here.
Yeah, it's interesting. We didn't see too many early drops. So the middle island might be having some extremely busy drops happening. But do hope someone's going to save off the military base as well. That is a great place to have an early fight because there's so much strong loot there, but it is kind of spread out in a large area, so you can get some really interesting events happening down there. Severny just has one team in so far. Shooting range looking like maybe one team as well. And look at all this. There's so many new skins since I played as well.
Yeah, like this is a parachute apparently. No, there it is. Helps them out. But honestly, Albania being the people that we were following first, this is going to be Epic Man on that team, and they are joined by their entire team, so they are not splitting off in search of clues. They're going to try to land as soon as they possibly can. But is there anybody nearby that they're actually going to find any input with? Of course, all the way over there we do see, I believe, a Norwegian team. So
yeah, they're looking pretty solo for now. But yeah, you're right, the Norwegian team up on the hill there, close by, but leaving them alone enough to get the loot together. There's Azerbaijan as well. Cyflex looking like there's no one around them either, but they managed to get some weapons together. A Car 98 already and a buggy. Yeah, that's a pretty good gun to secure in your first drop on a big map like this. Hungary as well. Easy M4 down in military base right now. No one too close to them. The military drop did manage to spread out quite fast. That's what I was saying. If you can spread out in military base, both teams can get like all the loot they need. Nothing to worry about. So you end up with a very interesting fight when it comes to leaving it. And of course, the zone has dropped as well. I think that was a little bit over to the west, but we'll have another look at it in a second.
Yeah, and let's see what else can we have happen as they're now just spreading off. I like that we're watching a little bit of multiple teams from each side, but these players are actually, we're seeing some teams, Ukraine seemingly is split off a little bit. We're seeing a few teams just having a break between each other, and that could be an issue for this. And let's see, Albania still grouped up, still with their teammates now, are going to maybe find this motorbike and try to group up together and see what else goes down here. But it looks like we do see no contact quite yet, but
nothing in the kill feed, no contact on the map. So everyone's really managed to find their own drop zones, like out in a very, very quiet area. And when they have dropped together, like in Sosnovka military base, they've managed to avoid that initial contact while they get the loot together. That's 15 seconds until the circle starts closing.
Yeah, I wish we could see the map right now so we could maybe find out exactly how much that's going to change the game here when that circle first ring starts moving down.
Yeah, and Kes Pozlov hasn't even got any armor on yet, and just a level 1 helmet. That's going to be a bit of an awkward situation moving forward. But yeah, that zone did shift heavily to the west. Could be a Georgia Polo or Georgia Pol Hill finish. But unless it gets hard shift down to the south towards Ferry Pier, etc. But it's going to be a nice little contention for coming into that southeast side from Sosnovka Military Island. We have 3 teams there. And curious to see if they all head for the same bridge and if any of them actually do a camp on it.
Yeah, and what I did notice there is that there were 3 teams that I would be a little bit concerned for with these players. Orange and red, I believe, are right next to each other, and I'm not sure exactly which countries those are, but with the circle being in the same general path pattern, they're going to be going towards that. But here's my home country of Hungary here now trying to group up. They did find a little dune buggy to maybe work together and get their way through. But again, looking at this, it's over by Milta and Farm. That could be a little point of contention that we might see some players impact first, as Ukraine, they found a nice looking car. How is this in this map?
It's just one of the many new skins, mate. So you get in your car and it applies the skin.
That is a nice car.
there's some really, really nice ones. Yeah, introducing car skins was actually really, really good part. PUBG Mobile, it used to just be the weapon skins, and then when the cars came in so strong, it was a big variety of fleets you could get a hold of.
Yeah, they got a Camaro there. You got a Mustang. You got a Tesla. They got everything. But let's see if these guys got a little bit of what's going on. So there's 15 teams. 60 players are still remaining. And we got about 3 minutes till that next ring starts closing. So I'm excited to see what these guys can do as we're now inching closer and closer into some actual combat, and still seeing those players over by farm. I think we are seeing maybe a shot fired, maybe one or two, but not at anybody yet.
I do hope that Moldova player Kez Pozlav has managed to find some armor before making their way to the circle. They had a bit of a dire loot situation, not hitting much luck where they landed.
Yeah, no luck whatsoever. This Turkish player now driving around in Bugatti, needing to find something. And I think this player's all alone. So taking the angle of using the car, scouting it out, then coming back to pick up your team, it makes sense. But we're seeing Ukraine going to be up close and personal with Turkey soon here.
Yeah, this could be a terrible route for Hams to be taken. The passenger is coming in for the rescue, though. One Turkey player down. It's Turkey versus Ukraine. Last year's champions versus the only team I thought might have a chance with my limited knowledge to make it forward. The shots getting fired backwards and forwards. One Turkish player is down, two on extremely low health. Another one gets almost, and that is 3 down now. Silas needs to rescue the entire team if they're going to survive.
They might be able to. They just have to manage to get a ton of kills against a team who's the champion. So good luck with that. But of course, with all of your teammates down, I like that they aren't finishing them off. They're waiting for this player to come in. And there we go. From the side, might be able to get spotted out. And they will be going in and might try to isolate some 1v1s. But he's got no real information here outside of what his team can see.
Man, if Silas could pull something off, even just rescuing one player might turn the tables all around. But the Ukrainian player that was down was finished. So whatever Ukraine get out the back of this, they have played a price. That is Limtrix down, about to get rezzed in 3 seconds by Havlik. And he will be standing up again. Now time to make that push before the Turkish players stand up again. And I think that's one finished off.
Yeah, going to be doing a great job with the UMP here, but they know that these smokes are pretty much just a smoke signal saying, hey, I'm here. And now the fight's going to start, but are they going to be able to hold it up against 3? They're swinging around the corner. And no. Wow. Okay, Turkey.
Eliminated.
Hey, they got one. They got one.
1 point for Turkey. That was just unfortunate early coincidence there. Running into Ukraine in such a wide open space and getting taken out. Ukraine only losing triple old boy. 3 kills for Havlik, though. 1 for Lumtrix.
Wow, that triple killing it up early on. You could tell the way that Ukraine played that. They definitely showed themselves to be one of the teams that you're going to have to look forward to. Consider it to what Turkey did. They got one, immediately fully knocked him down and took him out of the game, compared to what Ukraine did, knocked them and baited, really, to make sure that your team's going to be able to do some damage. So smart play here, as we're going to be seeing these guys now have a lot more fights. And looks like the Hungarian team is getting beaten up by Armenia.
Yep, taken down, spray down from the Jeep on their way past. The excellent spray down there. Hanging around the bridges at this point in the circle rotation can get you so many free kills. Looks like he's going to retreat now to a bit of better cover, because, you know, it might be getting busy here. You don't want to just be standing on the top of an open hill when you can be inside a building. Definitely sense that there's a lot of people coming. That almost seems like game sense there. There wasn't too much signs that players were descending upon him, but making that retreat was excellent timing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we did see one player from the Hungarian team get knocked down. I'm not sure if they got finished off quite yet, but that player was all alone, and it looks like Armenia is just kind of surrounding them.
Yeah, I think Madness just got a bit scared and retreated before finishing off that kill, so might not get the point for that. Oh no, there is one on the board if that was his or not. I might have missed on the kill feed. But moving forward to this excellent little crater here, this is another really good place to fight from if you're with your whole team. If you're by yourself, you can get some nasty flanks in, but with your whole team, you can watch north, east, south, and west from that crater.
So Ukraine getting into another firefight. These guys are just looking to fight right now, and they are battling it up against, I believe, Spain right here. While Spain does have the high ground on the hill, just sitting a little bit northeast of them there, or southeast.
And Ukraine managed to get their hands on some level 3 gear already. That's a level 3 helmet on Havlik. It's definitely going to help them out as they enter into this fight, but it does look like Spain might be retreating now. Are Ukraine going to make the chase in cars and try and chase down this team?
Wow. I mean, now they're going to try to anchor a new point. Having a building that gets them a little bit of high ground is trying their best here. But looking at this, Spain, they've done a decent job sticking together. Right now, we still have one team is the only one eliminated, being Turkey, that we watched earlier on. But 52 players are remaining, so 3 have been knocked down outside of Turkey themselves. So see what else can happen here. Is these guys have been taking pot shots. A lot of players and a few teams here have lost maybe one person outside of Turkey, losing everybody, and one of those being Ukraine, of course. So let's see how they're going to be able to deal with this 3v4 potential location here. But what nade in the kill feed finishes knocks a player down there, and there is a fight happening, but I'm not sure where.
Man, Spain got away with their lives there. I thought Ukraine were just going to chase them down, but I think Ukraine just moved on, putting rotation ahead of kills there. And it's what we were talking about before the game started. You know, positioning is so important. Making it to that final circle alive is the most important. They were probably also aware that there was only 3 of them, and might not be best to take some big fights early on. But this is the sort of area where the circle might actually finish up next to this Georgia Pole hill. So this is a good position for Spain if they can stay here and just wait to see what the circle does. Whether it's here or the top of the Georgia Pole hill. One car isn't really enough to enter into the final circle with, in my opinion, so they might want to try and pick another one up.
Yeah, they might want to try to split off and search for clues here, as they are now running it down and hopefully finding some picks, but circle might be closing soon, and this is going to force them in. But luckily, the Spanish team, they are in a area of the circle just south of it, trying to now find some more loot and hopefully find something better. But do they spot anything? No. Just up the ridge, though, they are going to be spotting out Ukraine. And it's actually just one player on Ukraine who's been lurking.
Okay, look at as we move into one of these later circles. It's going to get pretty chaotic in the southwest. And we did see Spain hugging the south side. And here's Armenia Madness getting an excellent spray down again on a driving car.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage, but what I did notice is 2 players have been now taken down, where we went from 52, actually 54, all the way down to 50. So 4 players have been taken, but no more teams. So we're seeing a little bit of pot shots, and people are just getting picked off one at a time. So if this is where we're at the second circle here, now getting into the third, this could be a lot of a firefight moving forward, as everyone is just in their own little corridor or cubby here.
Yeah, we've got some pretty smart players here, knowing where the rest of the team's going to be making their way into the circle from and holding it down with the third-person cam looking through that window. We do have Tio here. It could get pretty good shots off, but versus 4 players, it's not always as easy as it looks, even if you do have the angle on them and the surprise attack.
Oops. Let's see. That car makes a ton of noise, and it's just one player here. So that is definitely noticed. But look at all the way on the other side towards this bridge. We're seeing so many teams huddled next to each other, but there's no shots being fired. So they're just kind of waiting it out right now. And we do see right across the board. Do you think Tio might be able to find someone? I know his teammate's kind of in a weird position.
Yeah, I think Tio could probably... That's Bosnia and Herzegovina next to him, and I think he could probably find one. Trent is coming down, so this is going to increase the odds by 100%, you know, make this a lot easier. If they can hold down this sniper's tower, when Bosnia made that push in, they could get a really good surprise attack. However, driving down to meet the teammate might have given the location away.
Yeah, we'll give it away, but this is the smallest room to sit in, and those windows don't have anything in them. So if there's a nade, there are honestly SOL here.
Yeah, talking about nostalgic fond memories of PUBG, I mean, I think most of them are in this box.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a weird position to be in, but they're using some pills, trying to heal themselves up and take them back. I believe they did get into a firefight, and I noticed something about Georgia. They're actually missing a player here, so this is one of the teams that have... No, they're not missing a player. He's just all the way over there. He's not committing to the box.
He's not committing to the box. He's staying away from the box for now. But, I mean, it's been known for someone to walk into one of these boxes and come across 4 shotguns.
Anytime you see one of those boxes, just throw a nade in there. Just for good measure.
For sure. No, that's entirely correct. Yeah, just in case. Okay, up at the ruins, we've got North Macedonia. Moving down to Albania, looking like they're into a bit of a firefight here. Long range. That's Georgia on the long distance. He's trying to get him down with the DP. An excellent gun for long range, especially excellent if you're actually crouched on the floor flat in prone position, but good nonetheless. And, lots of smokes going off there. They might be trying to make an escape with the vehicles, but I think Bob might have taken out a couple tires.
Yeah, and if you pop a tire, you might be able to pop some heads as well, as that kind of forces people down. But talking about forcing people down, Skills just grabbing one, and there's the fights happening. It's just the kill feed's lighting up right now, but where is that happening?
That's our second team out, down to 13 teams. Georgia just hanging around in that tiny little spot there. 4 players, I think, look, taking 2 different angles on their compound. Montenegro is gone as well with 0 elims, man. That is a couple teams out in the first game with no points accrued whatsoever.
I did just see Mitzi get knocked down there from the play zone there. So that's a little bit of an unfortunate situation of the zoning just taking a player down. Maybe they got stuck in a bad position there.
Spain taking a bit of a risk going for the crate, but, you know, high risk, high reward. If you can get those Grozers, those AWMs for the last circle, can come out so clutch. And here we have an extremely awkward situation for North Macedonia, trying to make it up this hill with a team on the top looking down upon them.
Here we go. I mean, North Macedonia. Oh, but that is going to be a big pick here. One more player. I like the positioning here from Moldova, though. They are on the peak of this mountain and right at the edge of the zone here. So they're just going to spot so many people going right into their crosshairs.
Excellent location for Moldova. Albania, over on those Georgia Pole crates as well, going to be coming into this area pretty soon. I'm going to take out that vehicle from the top. I mean, yeah, the top of the mountain is just so OP, especially if you've got scopes and cars to get away from it as well.
Yeah, and they also have a car at the top of this mountain. So if they do get pushed, they got more than enough coverage, even though it is just a little bit of a crater. But talking about craters, it's Biscay taking craters to his body, getting knocked down by another team. And play zone, now 50 seconds to getting a little bit tighter for him, is going to force Moldova out of their nice little spot here. Azerbaijan now has a lot of dune buggies and util. You said that you should have a team with a lot of different vehicles, as we saw one team only rocking the single car. So I like the positioning from that team. But Croatia at the edge of the rim here might have a little bit of an issue. But look at this. They're just all in such an awkward place for this ring to be, as there's not a whole lot of buildings to try to give you coverage.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be relying on dune buggies as cover in the late game. You do want to upgrade those to cars if possible. But yeah, definitely easier said than done. You can't choose what vehicle spawns in the spawn point, and you get what you're given sometimes. You have to go and steal those cars from other teams even, and you might even damage the car trying to get it in the process. So yeah, upgrading the cars is definitely a lot easier said than done sometimes. And as these players try and make their move up this mountain, it's not going to be easy for some of them. Georgia Paul Crate still held down pretty well by Albania. Looks like the circle actually shifted a little bit more towards them than the hill, so that's going to help them out as well.
Yeah, but look at this. They're getting pushed up here by these players on the side. And CWE doubled. Krams Makas. This is where a lot of players are falling here.
Oh, doing damage with the nades, but not getting the knocks just yet.
Well, Biscuit, he's been down the entire time. He got knocked down like 5 minutes ago, and somehow his team was able to keep him up.
Hiding under the bridge, man. The bridges are crucial in Erangel above and below them. There's some excellent spots. This 1v4 for Fredox is trying so hard to take out more of this team, but now they're making that push. They've got the location, and Fredox gets one knock, but on very, very low health. Can he get another? No way, he does get 2 before being taken down himself. Where's the rest of Moldova to finish off these 2 knocks?
Yeah, they're just kind of playing so passively. His teammates are just getting rushed, but here we go. There's the big trades. J-Mail, Chapty, they're in, knocking people down. We've already lost 5 players permanently. Polksku is now down. We got Fredox getting the picks. It's just a massacre, but this mountain it's just not where you want to be. Everyone's getting either knocked or taken down permanently.
Oh, wow. So close for Rex there, nearly coming out on top of Skulls, but Skulls comes out first. Moldova eliminated now, but at least they had some points on the board beforehand, unlike the other teams to go down. Norway here, we got Meta knocked, trying to find a safe place to hide with hear the footsteps all around him, definitely getting scared. North Macedonia gets taken out after 5 elims, and we get a double nade from Asterix there.
Yeah, huge nade there. North Macedonia falling, now joining the other Macedonian team. This is a little bit of an issue for these players. They're just getting taken down. The battles are real. And Biscay, who's been down 3 times so far, is back up to do the damage, but now is down permanently with these shots flying. And let's see what can happen. Norway now getting eliminated. Serbia, this position has helped them so much as Armenia has to flank and fail to bail away. And this ring is just such a massacre zone right now.
I think Norway might have been one of the last teams to go out before accruing any points. Talking at...
Wait, Serbia's eliminated. Oh, no. They died to the zone.
Wow.
That single player from Armenia just took out 4.
Well, they get 1 placement point. Now we're into the placement point areas, but 1 isn't a lot. We've got to really make it further forward of that chicken dinner if you want to be getting double figures on the board. This circle is actually empty, so everyone's going to be edging it. No one's in the center so far. Viking getting some good spray off, but not actually landing any shots, and will be taken out with an excellent nade from J-Mail. Wow, Croatia with the Kobe. 4 kills for him as well.
Viking there. He actually took out the entire Serbian team. He was all 3 of the eliminations, the zone doing the rest. So it's a shame to see that being the last player standing and having them fall. But now 7 teams remaining, 18 players, 17 actually, as we see the play zone take out Tren, who we watched earlier try to hold a building. But looking like Azerbaijan's like, I'm out of this mountain, grabbing a car and just booking it down. But let's see what they're going to do as the fights are now picking up again.
Good little edge for them. Not too many players around, but we do have Ukraine extremely close. Looks like there might only be 2 players standing left for Ukraine, getting towards that placement point soon. J-Mail getting another excellent kill. That's J-Mail on 5 kills now elsewhere on the map. But yeah, Ukraine, 2 players standing. 5 kills so far for the team.
Ooh, Croatia surrounding this team. With a nade like that, that's going to not do too much. But
close.
It's lining it up. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
J-Mail is popping off in these later stages right now. 999. Somebody call the police.
Wow. I mean, this garage is heating up. Looks like this car is in a great position with multiple there, but Croatia.
I spoke too soon. But Croatia out on top. The knocks inside the building were a good time to push in, but Croatia managed to do the excellent defense and stop J-Mail and co. finishing off the team. They will be still standing in 6th place now.
6th place already.
Yeah,
Let's see what else they can do. Oh, and looking at this. Oh no, there's a lot of care packages down in the center here.
Yeah,
and I think some of these teammates need them. There's not a lot of utility they have left. There's a lot of nades, smokes being popped, so you're gonna need a restock pretty quick.
Yeah, and an airdrop in the middle of a field is actually excellent cover. So say you do only have a buggy. If you can just crash that into the airdrop and get behind the airdrop, you've got some cover in the open space. The zone is looking like a pretty countryside finish. No buildings in sight in the last circle, I don't think. So it is going to be all about who has the portable cover, as Albania are eliminated. 0 elims for them, but they made good to get it this far. Now we're down to 5 teams. The next team out will get 3 points.
We do see players falling. I like that there's still people on this mountain. I mean, obviously, it's the main high ground advantage in this entire final circle, but 3, make it 2 players are down, 1 player getting knocked or picked back up. Got Georgia here. Still with 3 players, but they've lost 1. So little things like that could be a little issue here, but nobody wants to be in an area without coverage, as this final circle might actually be favoring Georgia or Azerbaijan here.
Yeah, the high ground for Azerbaijan could be crucial, but if this hard shifts to the north, it could be really, really awkward for them. Ukraine are playing it so safe right now. They know the placement points just keep on getting higher as they don't fight. But we have Rex Salazar looking down on Havlik. This could be awkward for Havlik. Don't know if he's in, but he did seem to be looking in that direction.
True, but this is the final player of Spain against 2 players of Ukraine. So a lot of teams are running on fumes here. 5 teams with 11 players in the lobby. This is getting heated, but Azerbaijan is getting spotted and kind of surrounded here. So what are they going to do as the teams are pushing into the high ground that this player has managed to keep? But wait a second. Is that 4 players still standing on that team? Uh-oh. That could be an issue.
If the average team number is 2 and you've got 4, you are at an advantage. I think it's 3, not 4, but that is still pretty good for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Spain goes out 2 elims. Now with 4 teams standing as this circle just keeps on getting smaller and smaller. Oh, I think that was 1 Ukraine player down.
There we go. But oh, that car coming in clutch. But look behind you, Georgia still managing to have 2 players with 3 elims each. Bosnia is gonna fall. They came in with 3 and they left with none. Oh my god.
I said it was an advantage. I was so wrong, and it wasn't the Ukraine player. Sorry, I mistook the colors. It was a Bosnian flag. Both Ukraine players standing, making their way forward. 2 teams left now as Azerbaijan drop. It is Georgia versus Ukraine. Ukraine have played this with such high IQ, just staying out of everyone's way. Sneaky little creatures trying to get out of the fight, and now it's just a matter of finishing off the opposing team.
Ooh, that bug is in a bad spot, but is the aim good enough? And it is! Georgia eliminated! Ukraine. Oh my god, that was an insanely poor position to have the circle here. So honestly, Bigfoot, after seeing that being the circle and the play style we saw from these teams adapt to it being very wide in the open, and the fact that high ground didn't matter at all, I thought that it would be like the team that got the high ground were at a huge advantage. Every player on that mountain died. The only team that walked away was the team that sat at the bottom of the hill waiting for people and then just pushed as everyone kind of converged on players like not Algeria, Azerbaijan, and the other players there. So pretty intense.
Bosnia and Herzegovina with the 3 players made the mistake of trying to take the center of the circle, but they just walked into everyone's sightline and were just ripped to shreds. Maybe if they edged it and they played the numbers game and the patience game like Ukraine did, they might have been able to come out on top. But Ukraine's shots at the end there, you know, they could have easily dropped, but the shots were so good. Following the player who jumped through the air above him, tracking him through the air and coming out on top was just such a good way to finish that match. I'm sure they're going to have adrenaline pumping through their blood right now, coming off the back of last year's victory and starting tonight with that chicken dinner. They're going to be feeling good.
Yeah, incredibly good here. The fact that they were the first team to eliminate a team, and they were the last team standing tells you everything you need to know about Ukraine. They played aggressively. They took out 1, even with, 1 player being knocked down very early into the game. They were able to win it all out there. So that's a ton of points. I believe they also got maybe 7 to 8 kills. So that's 18 points right away for them. And that puts them at a huge lead here. The only team that I know would maybe be able to compete with them would be Croatia, who in their own right, I believe, or Georgia in their own right was sitting at 6 elims before they were knocked down in 2nd place.
Yeah, but we might see things shift as we move from map to map. You know, some teams just can't handle certain maps and certain circles. So as we move on to Miramar and Sanhok, we might see some extremely different tactics. But I've got faith in you. I want to see Ukraine on Sanhok because that's the way they played Erangel there is kind of how you want to play Sanhok. You know, a few early kills, keep your team alive, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 of you, but just take them to the final zone. Keep your head down for the 3rd, 4th, 5th circles and pop your head up at the end of the last circle and come out on top. And
yeah.
So yeah, beautiful stuff to see. And we're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back in the next game for Miramar with these teams getting back in the plane.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
And welcome back, everybody, to the world of esports, the IESF, the International Esports Federation. We just watched an insane game here and a bunch of really cool ads where some of the cosplay was kind of awesome. Didn't you agree there, Bigfoot? But yeah, how are you feeling about this next one?
That PUBG cosplay was probably about as clean as Ukraine's victory there. Lost two players on the journey to the chicken dinner, but it just didn't seem to mean anything to them. They just played it so cool and calm in that last circle. So yeah, last year's winners starting off with the first chicken dinner tonight. It's looking good for Ukraine, isn't it?
Absolutely. It also looks good for Georgia. They were able to really just start stacking in those kills and got second place. So we got to have a lot of hype for that. And I'm pretty excited that that is how the game opens, with it being methodical, with the players not going down early unless you're Turkey. But looks like we are going to be seeing a little bit of these placements here. And surprisingly, because of the kill, wait, Azerbaijan had 11 kills.
Wow. They were just cleaning up, weren't they, from the top of that hill, man? That's beautiful stuff. So actually, less placement points than Georgia, but coming out ahead, 1 point ahead with those kills. Bosnia and Herzegovina, 5 kills. They got more than, yeah, they got some good kills moving towards the end, but unfortunately made a bit of a mistake thinking they could just take the center of the circle instead of playing the edges, and they got sprayed down, and the whole team got dropped in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, honestly. And you know what I do like, though? The fact that Turkey was the first team to go down, and yet they didn't go last. That's a flex. They took out one of the players from Ukraine. And if you think about it, that means that they did 50% of the damage Ukraine took that entire game very early on. So pretty tense stuff there. But looking at those rosters, looking at the teams that we saw in the placements, you know, Hungary, I'm rooting for you, but you're down there right now.
Yeah, and one player I'd like to just, I took note of that last game was a guy called Jmail999. Turns out to actually be in a sub. So coming in as a sub and doing some really, really good damage for Croatia. I'm going to be keeping my eye out on them as we move forward. I also would like to see what Turkey can get up to if they're not taken out in the in their very first rotation.
Yeah,
that was very unfortunate rotation to come across Ukraine. Ukraine just seemed so ready for them, waiting there at that compound. And they did lose that first player, got taken out extremely early and finished off, bled out extremely quickly. But they managed to handle that situation, and if for a second it looked like Turkey could get the revives and come back, but it just didn't quite work out for them, and they were just deleted.
Yeah, when it was down to that one player and they just put up the smoke screen trying to keep themselves alive, saying, hey, I'm right here, then that triple flank on them definitely did dividends there. But you know, it's just unfortunate. You know, that's the way that it goes early on. And you know, thinking about it, the weapons that they had to choose from weren't the best, but they brought it and they did a decent job. But of course, you know, we are now one step closer to seeing which team is going to be going into the IESF World Championship and the events happening in, I believe, Yash, Romania. So little things like that could be just absolutely cool to see these players want to make it back. Because yes, we did see that Ukraine, they were the team from last time, but how are they going to compete when it's a world stage, not a regional stage?
Yeah, it's a big difference, and the pressure means everything. I mean, the sports psychology, you can do an entire degree, master's, and PhD in it because it means so much. And especially in esports, you know, like it's actually probably means more than physical sports because you're using less of your body in it. So it's more of a focus on the sports psychology, and you might feel pretty calm in this sort of online version. But if you're not Ukraine and you head to the LAN, it's your first LAN, you really have to keep your cool because the pressure changes so much in the LAN compared to when you're sat on your comfy sofa at home.
Absolutely. And, you know, talking into that sports psychology, I mean, fun story about that. Did you know that chess players burn about 4,000 calories playing a game at across the table with someone in front of them at a high tier level? Like, these guys are using their brains so much that it is taking a toll on their body. So when it comes to a high level of sports that don't seem to be, you know, non-traditional sports, it still does have a little bit of fatigue that you have to worry about. The brain is one of the most fascinating parts of the human body, and to play in esports or any non-physical sport, you have to think way more than you have to act, and that does take a lot of toll on you. So looking at now back to this roster here, and I gotta point out, you know, kill points, North Macedonia, they got taken down very early, but they're in 5th place because they were able to take out 5 players. So this kind of leads us to believe if you are taking out the players, you're going to be ranking up pretty quickly.
Yeah, kills can be in everything. I mean, like it's 10 kills, 11 kills is actually quite a hard number to hit. But if you do hit it, you've basically got a chicken dinner. Like,
yeah,
you can get in the first couple circles, you've got your chicken dinner points just through kills. I mean, it is really hard to get into the double digits kills. So anytime a team does get into double digits kills, never mind above 20, it always impresses me.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we study Azerbaijan going all the way to 11 kills. They placed with I believe fourth place there. So being able to, you know, bring in those points and just completely just take it by storm. And by fourth place, I mean the placement in the last standing there, where everyone was in the circle, not fourth place on the roster. They're second right now. But looking at how these guys are going to be playing, moving on to the next map here, you know, it's going to be different. I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing a different playstyle in that last circle, because I think it's a little unfortunate that that last circle had zero coverage and heavily relied on, you know, tree lines, which good luck. It's kind of like the joke of someone hiding behind a stop sign. You know, you're not gonna really be able to hold there for too long.
Yeah, and Miramar was very, very different map, but unfortunately, I think your wish for more suburban final circle, the odds are against you, I'll say, for the least with Miramar, because the majority of that map is wide open space. But a Los Leones finish is always really exciting. Los Leones start, I love it too, like having a few people drop in the same place. But chances are we'll be in the middle of nowhere, probably next to a giant rock and a large heap of sand for the last circle. Yeah,
maybe. I mean, it's unfortunate. We just were at the most populous map, and yet we got the least populated area now flooded with players. But looking at this, we are going to be seeing a quick drop here, heading over towards Torre Humada. And now, I gotta say, looking at these teams dropping, they love dropping in the center, because that's where you get the most amount of spread. That's where you get the most amount of fun times for these guys to do it. But let's see if this drop is going to cut it. We still see some players on the ship here, and it was Epic Man being the last one to drop. So, and Kuzi. All right, so they're not, and the player that you're looking out for, J-Mail.
Yeah, and there could still be a Higos. There's no one heading towards Higos just yet, and Los Higos can be a really, really safe place to start the game. Looks like Georgia up on the top there. You see them actually heading towards that Oasis. Extremely safe drop for them. Not a team in sight for miles around. Albania, Epic Man making that move down. I love this. It looks so cool. I didn't see it anyway. I have seen it in Fortnite, but I haven't seen it in PUBG yet. So that is a nice parachute too. Lovely. But moving down now.
Eagle wins.
Yeah. Looks like another safe drop. Turkey going to loot up well. Curious to see if Norway can do a bit better. They seem to have really good survival skills last map. They managed to make it almost to placement points, but didn't manage to get any kills on the board. So at least for the first half of the game, they were doing right, staying alive, but they did manage to get picked off one by one around that river area near the middle point of the game. Rays cleaning up some loot, getting a Thompson to start with. Probably going to switch that out at some point.
Back in 2018, I loved Thompson. I just thought it was such a fun gun to use. And then, you know, I picked up any other weapon.
Here's Norway, so they're in the cave here. Again, another safe drop, getting that loot together. Switching out the Win 40 for an AKM. Good shout. Definitely wouldn't want to see it any other way.
Yeah, and that does bring up a point. In that last fight, if someone had like an AWM or a sniper, that would have been a crucial thing to bring. And I think on this map, with there being very little coverage, on average 80% of the time here, case in point, look at how open this place is right now. You know, I would expect that a sniper might actually be a good pickup there.
Yeah, it's Win 94 is just a bit of a weak one. It only shoots the 45 ACP, which it's got a big long trail off. So like on a map this big, you want to have the bolt actions really, and obviously if you can get your hands on the Orm, you're laughing. Did seem like Ukraine were the last people to land there, so they're going to have quite a quiet start as well. We've got Bosnia-Herzegovina, they've got a car and a buggy together. Moldova getting their gear together as well. M16 for Moldova. That might actually stay. M16 could be pretty effective on here. Picking up the Scar now.
Yeah, and you know, one thing about Ukraine, them choosing to not land as quickly as they did last time, now choosing to go instead a deeper route, might give us a little hint as to what they're planning. You know, win one, get the most amount of points, get an early lead, play slow, build up your money back instead of going for kills, because you've already gotten a huge boost of 10 points just for getting first place. So honestly, I think they'll be very happy to not get into any fights and instead place for placements here.
I do see the circle shifting down southwest. That's going to leave Georgia with a long way to go, but there's not too much trouble on the north side of it for them to run into, so I think they'll get to circle okay. It's all a matter of where it goes next, really, for players like Georgia. If it shifts south again, they've got to get halfway across the entire map just to be in the safe zone. We've got 4 minutes, though. And stage 1 progresses a little bit slower on Miramar. And Los Leones looting up is happening, but again, it's just one team. Everyone's had such a nice, peaceful drop, so somehow these teams have managed to really avoid each other. It's as if they know their drop zones, as if they've played before.
Yeah, and I like how that head was just poking out for a second. Like, okay, you're in coverage. No, you're not. Head's just gonna. I think that in PUBG Mobile, you can still get shot in the head if the player model is visible like that. So I just love little things like that PUBG Mobile has for us. But now, looking at the Armenian team, they're spread out across this town looking for some damages. Albania, this is what we saw from them last time that actually got them killed, splitting off with one person searching for a car. They did that last time, and they actually split off too much and then got kind of flanked in between.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in these early stages, if the loot's a bit sparse, you end up doing this just for the loot, and thinking it's a quiet area and getting caught off guard can sometimes happen, but it does look like Epic Man, at least. They're not too far away as Bob Hustler moves higher up in Tumasera, and Tumasera is like a multi-tier area, so it's actually can be really useful to have people on the different tiers of the town. To make sure you've got the full scouting abilities and also nice pincer attacks if anyone does run in.
Yeah, and let's see if they are going to be able to run quick enough. Like what we're seeing. I just love this gun. It's the M16. It's one of the weapons that, you know, if you get into a firefight, ammo is not a concern.
Yeah, I mean, the M249 used to only be available in crates, but they just nerfed it a bit and put it on the floor. I'm not sure what I think about that. I preferred it more powerful and only available in crates myself. But, you know, they make these changes backwards and forwards. DBS got so strong. We'll be seeing that on Sanhok that I also think even that should be put back into the crates.
Yeah, certain crate weapons definitely give you that little bit of an edge, and they shift around quite a bit. But looking at where this zone is, it is going to be towards the, you know, center south of the island here. So little things like this could be pretty powerful for these players. But Georgia, we just saw them take third in their positioning so far. They managed to find themselves, honestly, what I think to be one of the best vehicles in the game coverage-wise.
Yeah, for sure. They've just got such a long way to go from the Oasis. Luckily for them, the first zone isn't too powerful, but it will definitely eat away at a little bit of their health, util, their medication, their painkillers, etc. as they make their way in. But, you know, I've known people to just play like maps like Miramar, sometimes Erangel, the first zone, actually just play it from the blue as a tactic because your chances of running into anyone are extremely slim.
Yeah, quite slim here, but Georgia, I think they all have multiple cars actually, so they will be able to just kind of, they're not even going for anything. They're still looting in here, but oh, okay. It's the SKS here, just trying to find maybe one or two. We'll be able to tap away, but that is such a far distance. Is that an 8 times or 16?
That's 6 times, yeah.
6 times? That's only 6? Wow.
On a Mini 14 as well.
Huh.
That's super fast tapper if you can get it. I use one of my favorite guns because the recoil is just resets so fast. You can get really nice taps on it. And here we are on Picardo, my favorite drop zone ever. And again, looks like no one's really contested this drop zone. So we do have Kelsey up on the top of the rock looking down on Picardo, but maybe not seen anyone just yet. They are in the. There we go. Is it going to be a? It's going to be a Mini 14 spray. Can it land off? Half health down now for Klasa, but Klasa makes it behind a wall and gets away with their life. Kelsey giving a bit of information away. And, going to make a bit of a movement rotation from that.
And again, these guys are in a great position. They just like taking the Moldova and high ground. Just seems to be a hand-in-hand moment here. But Montenegro, they were one of the teams that was not able to take a lot of damage or deal a lot of damage anyways. They did definitely take it. Currently splitting off, and only one player in that angle. This kind of lurk play early on, it makes sense because they assume that other people are doing it, but you get caught out by a squad, you are not making it back to your own.
Yeah, for sure. But splitting up, you know, in a map this big gets you the info, but obviously loses gives you also the risk of being alone. Because you can see so far in Miramar, you know, you can really plan ahead of like where you're going to go and where people are going to be coming from. It's just so wide open. Especially if you got that high ground as well. So that hill on top of Picardo where Turkey are, they're going to get a lot of info, but I'm not sure how long the circle's going to let them stay there. Still no kills yet for anyone, so we've still got 60 players alive. This is kind of standard for Miramar unless you get a super hot drop, and as we said, we didn't get a hot drop to start with. going to be more moving into the second or third circle that we start to see the fights happening. And we do have one. That's our first down of the night. Fredox taken down by Elise.
Yeah, so far this positioning from Albania has paid off, but they actually spot, I believe, Turkey on the other side of the area here, and that could be an issue. But let's see what they can do now that the fights are coming in with the circle closing. But I believe that is Denmark or Norway. Sorry, Norway, right around the corner for some of these players, just looting it up now. I don't think they know where Albania is. Now, I gotta ask you this quick question here, Bigfoot. Do you think that these cosmetic skins, with them changing the shape of the card, will that actually impact competitive play, considering, you know, the shelter that you get from these?
Yeah, it changes the shape a little bit, of course. I'm not sure if it makes it a bonus or a negative, but the cars do change shape and the clipping changes with it, so it is possible. Maybe for once, skins actually do mean wins. But not entirely sure for all the new car skins that have came out since I last played. It seems like there's so many of them.
Yeah, it does seem like that. But with all of these fancy skins, I think I've seen 4 different Bugattis, one covered in silver, one looks like it was a gift from a cosmic being. I mean, you're just seeing everything all over the place all the time. But looking at Ukraine, they're in a bad position for the first time in a long time, being so far away from that circle where they landed, and they're gonna have to start booking it because this is the second ring here, and that's actually, is it? No, it's second ring in 40 seconds, so you got to move fast right now.
Yeah. Plenty of medkits in their pockets, but that might be on purpose, mate. They might just be trying to make it to the last circle by sticking around in that blue zone. It's definitely a potential tactic on a map this big, and avoiding those early fights is definitely in Ukraine's playbook, as we've seen. They didn't choose that fight with Turkey last game. Turkey just pulled up on their doorstep and they happened to come out on top, and that is an awful bit of driving there for Wizard, and the buggy flips over, does flip back round, but seems to have lost more than half its health by doing so.
Wow. Oh, and fights are going to be happening. Georgia now wanting to take out the players that they are spotting. Unfortunately, inside of the ring, we'll have Abula now jump back in. They should be fine, though. They're close enough to the safe area that they should be okay to just start making a move. But with 50 seconds, they got to start making it before this ring encloses on them. 3 cars on their team, though. 3 vehicles to make it work.
Yeah, they only took a little bit of chip damage from the blue zone, but you could see it a second ago. It was starting to do more damage, so I'm hoping that Ukraine have managed to make their way out, because their med supply is going to be going low, but what an excellent little bit of fighting going on here. FBP switch comes out on top. As Lassafar does get an excellent kill there. Very low health, but will get it back in. Smoke's coming out from the teammate as the rest of the other team try and push in. Scotch Clutch doing an extremely long-range spray, but not getting anything off. But the information is there. They know where an opposing team is. They're going to make the push or just simply focus on their own rotation?
Yeah, but if you looked at the kill feed, 1 player just got knocked down and 2 more are actually dead here. So with that player getting knocked, let's see what are the fights happening. It looks like it's Armenia versus Spain here to try to find some picks, try to find some damage.
Oh, the bolt comes out. It's definitely my preferred bolt rifle as well. M249 a little bit better for me than the 198. That M249 long-range red dot spray. Very interesting to see. Wizard gets a good knock. Hams is getting a knock as well. Elsewhere on the map, you can see a couple more kills going down. The fights are really starting to come in thick and fast. 2 down over there as Turkey try and finish off. Oh, Georgia under so much pressure.
So much pressure here. Turkey kind of stuck out in the open, but Armenia is actually the first players to go down with 1 elim. Not exactly crucial here, but Spain, after that firefight, after seeing what was going on the other side, we were watching even more battles. And there it is. Croatia looks like they took out 1, but Farlow, there's just this fight so early into the game, to be honest. We were seeing multiple teams coerce on each other, so we're seeing not the same as we've just watched. But Poku, are you going to make it? Yeah, you're safe.
Yeah. But that early pressure there, I mean, is the sort of pressure I was expecting to see from Turkey. So hopefully see a little bit more of it as they managed to take out 3 of Georgia's players, leaving only 1 of them getting away with their life. And that player is going to be doing their best to not go out before the end and at least get some placement points if they can't get any more kills.
Here we go.
Rex Morphy finished off there.
Look at that map. It is packed in here already. This is a different playstyle than what we saw before. The previous one, we had a lot of players camping the outsides, camping the outskirts. This time, they like being in the middle of it. They like being just hot in the center.
If you can predict the center of the circle on Miramar and there's a building there, you're to a good start. You know, you might not get those kills if the players are just edging, but when they come to you, you're in such a safe position as long as you got all your loot ready. And it doesn't like there's a four-man squad there. I don't think they've had a fight yet. Oh. Keystone not trying to give the location away, but definitely pass the information onto the team. If they're going to take the fight or rotate, if they do rotate, they'll probably rotate away from where they've seen. This is it. This is Azerbaijan, yeah. Still 4 players standing for them. Few teams are taken down to low numbers, be that 1, 2, or 3, but Azerbaijan holding on strong. Serbia as well, another 4-man squad still standing. Excellent kill on the Kraken, yeah.
Biske in the rest of the Serbian team last time, I was really rooting for as that player got knocked down multiple times, but Bosnia, they are looking a little hot and bothered there.
Oh
no.
my days!
And that's he's just he's gone. The entire team's down. Oh my god.
That was amazing. What an excellent kill. Just couldn't find the cover, taking down so many players in one go.
Wow. You know, that's the problem with, vehicles. It's a risk versus reward kind of trade there.
For sure, for sure. Some, if you got a 4-man squad spraying you, your vehicle will last seconds if they can all land their shots.
And that's exactly what happened with the explosive just detonation on these guys. 2 teams down so far out of the 15. Bosnia, one of the teams that did really good. But look at that.
Wow.
Ukraine, they got pinpoint accuracy taking out 2 players.
Mikitsa just makes it away with such low health, but leaving 2 players knocked in the zone. That will be 2 more points for Ukraine. They're just racking them up. Now going in for the kill against Mikitsa, not giving Mikitsa a second to heal. They know they're low. They know the zone did damage. They know the spray did damage, and that's it. UMP finish from Lumtrix.
Let's see what this player can do now. Of course, what I'm looking forward to is how this team is going to be able to just finalize some damage. But what? That's a pick. That's already 1 player down, and we got 41 players remaining, but only 3 teams have fallen. So a lot of teams have just taken losses here so far now that the circle is slowly moving in. But Moldova's not quite done with their teammates. They want to bring them back up and hopefully stay in this game longer than they did last time. As we remember, that high ground advantage was not an advantage whatsoever.
And so desperate to get the revive off. Didn't even drop a smoke grenade first. Definitely feeling safe. I was worried that the push might be coming in, but definitely had enough time to do that. We're looking at quite a few teams out on the northeast side. Still got to make it into this circle. So the northeast side of the circle is going to get extremely hot extremely soon.
Ooh, good shots fired. Attempt to see from these guys.
Turkey have been spied. Like, get wrecked. Will get wrecked. Take any shots off or just maintain. Oh. Kesperlov has also been spotted by Kelsey. Looks like Turkey are the ones inside the circle, so they do have the advantage in this fight. They're fighting on the other side at the same time as well.
Let's see what they can do now. But look at this. That gun that you said you really like for the reset. You can tell why, but Did not notice that player already crossed. Beautiful smoke placement, but Spain, they're feeling the pain right now as they have one player with a kill, and it's the only one left. But Moldova being allowed to res is somehow still standing, but they've been spotted, and this is a huge push up. They're kind of stuck down here, but the car placement is beautiful. But look at this aggression. No armor, and Biscuit helping him out, grabbing one, but Koa and the rest of the Serbian team are going to eliminate Moldova there.
As if he was carrying around a DBS on Miramar, and as if he made that push out in the open with it. That was insane. Desperate time score for desperate measures, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Now we have another player in an extremely dire situation, just trying to hide inside that box with the smoke. Turkey nailing down onto Biscay and Co. Don't know if they're going to be able to make it out of the circle at this rate, but Turkey do have to watch their backside as well.
There we go. Turkey's gonna have to watch her backside, but I gotta see what's going on with Ukraine in this battle of 3 players. It's just 1 player remaining, and looks like they are gonna have to get to your teammate. Tulika, you found them, but they are not such a great position. Luckily, you got a dune buggy to get that high ground quickly. But look at this. This is exactly what you need to be seeing from these players, just rotating, but 1 HP, somehow still standing. How are they alive?
Wow, Tulika, no way. And making it all the way back to the team, safe enough to get the meds off. That is a really, really crucial bit of survival there, going to help them as they move forward.
Here we go, Serbia. They've already taken out Moldova. Maybe they can find some more. Mela. Oh, this nade. This could be a lot of damage in the third person. That's the one thing about it. You can see a lot, and that's going to help. Beautiful nade from Koa. And this is just a massacre here in the top corner. I'm surprised we're not seeing more teams diverge in this direction.
Yeah, Koa's so low on health as well after getting that 1 knock. Going to heal up and try and get more. Serbia pushing in so strong now. This is all happening outside the circle as well. The 1 nade, another 2 knocked. Biscay going to get this full team white. Is it possible? Yes, it is. Montenegro eliminated pretty much all by Biscay.
That was just beautiful job. Yeah, Biscay single-handedly 3 eliminations, and yeah, it was all the people we just watched fall. That's some insane gameplay. The Hungarian team still standing here, still with 4 members. I'm not sure what their loot's looking like, as we haven't checked in on them quite yet, but overall, I'm loving what we're seeing from this team being alive still, as they are needing to collect some points if they want to try to place here.
Norway are torn about their survival and hoping to get some kills, but they haven't yet. They have managed to survive to 10th place. See if they can push that a little bit further. Hopefully they want to try and get some kills on the board as well, because from what we've seen so far, you're going to need kills to really catch up with these top teams. Here's Norway. They're trying to make their way in. It does look like Ukraine have got their eye on them. I would not want to be trying to make a rotation past Ukraine right now.
Yeah, me neither. These guys know what to do, but looking at Tulika, who was at 0. But
wow.
Oh, rest in peace, the car. Triple old boy down to Koa there, and it's a big pick. That's actually going to be permanent now. Ukraine losing one of their best players. But if I remember, Triple Old Boy is actually the last player who got taken down for the first time last game here. So he's just not having a good day.
Now, Vital in a good spot, but going to have to push in past 4 players. So this could be tricky. Very, very good edge of the map. We're going to see a big fight for that bottom corner of the map now. Turkey still throwing nades. Strong. Doing a bit of damage, but not quite getting the knock off. J-Mail. No kills just yet, but we saw some excellent stuff from J-Mail last round. Probably going to be able to keep this Norwegian team out the side, out the edge, but Vital's smoking a good spot. Oh, taken half by the nade. It is extremely tricky for Vital now to make it past these players.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Just Biscay there, and this could be where he falls. And yep, Ukraine, they're not done. They're just going to keep getting their ones, and looks like we do see Tiger grab Khaleesi on this side. Croatia looking pretty happy, but the play zone actually takes out a player. How does that happen with everybody been in the circle for the past 20 minutes. What is going on? Hungary, no! At least they got one.
Norway have got the right idea right now. They've grouped up to make this push, but J-Mail coming out so strong, knocking out the first push, knocking out the second, and Norway's eliminated. It's J-Mail again, 2 rounds in a row, and pressing us with their tactics and their spray and their nades.
Wow. Croatia, absolutely beautiful job. I mean, you write his name down, and that list is going to just be goated players today. That's all it is. Because, wow, is that somebody that you want to keep your eye on? But what I'm keeping my eye on is everything going on in the Southwest there. There's a whole squad that's been left alone the entire time. Now I'm going to be able to push in with 4 players remaining. But talk about how many players are remaining. 19 versus 7 teams. So we're seeing a lot of teams taking hits.
Yeah, it's like almost an average of 3 per team. I think there's definitely a solo or 2 hanging about as well. It's looking good for the team right in the center of the circle, though. These edges, they're going to have to fight it out for who can actually take control of these corners. Croatia can have to push up to Ukraine or away from them. It does look like their sights are set on taking the fight, though.
Ooh, nice nade. That should be able to help out. The damage could possibly be dealt here, but unfortunately not quite yet. Look at still standing, but we do see some shots fired through the smoke, and there's no one there. So they're really messing up whoever is not in front of them.
Just spraying down their own car. You're going to need that car, mate. Why are you shooting it for?
I'm like, what's going on there, Ukraine?
Self-sabotage. But yeah, this Croatia-Ukraine fight could go either way, and I'm very curious to see if Croatia are going to like take it, push it, but no, they're trying not. Oh, they've been shot down before he could get to the cover of the box. Talika getting excellent shots off, nearly taking down Aero as well. Another nade come out for Talika. It might be over for Croatia any second now. Just trying to confirm those kills. Definitely a good thing to do if you're unsure about exactly what's going to happen next. You see this other 4-man squad pushing in.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Serbia. No, we just watched them play so well. What happened? We didn't see it. That's J-Mail down. And after clutching it up time after time. Actually, no, J-Mail's Croatia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. All right, bye.
They still got 9 kills before getting taken out, though. But coming out in 7th place, it's not going to do them too good. You know, that's only going to be 1 point. So they'll be getting 10 points from this game. That is the equivalent of a chicken dinner with no kills, though. So they'll be at least a little bit happy with that. Turkey's still alive, making this move round to Asterix. Looks like you're definitely aware of Asterix's location, trying to just get the first little bit of sight. Could be a nade. Let's see. Asterix goes low, but not down just yet. But that is a 3-man Turkey squad pushing up. Asterix is the last one standing for Georgia, so it all rests on what they can do here. But a 1v3 with this amount of pressure is going to be extremely tricky.
Absolutely. Let's see what these guys can do now. Is Ukraine... No, Georgia
No.
down with 1 elim? No way!
Wow.
Okay. Well, there's still 3 players on Turkey's team. So you asked what can they do if they're not, knocked down early, and they're standing.
It's actually not an open desert end. We do have buildings in this final circle, so there's going to be a lot of cover, and now actually might be a time for the DBS to come out, but the only time we saw it come out so far, it was definitely a little bit too soon out in that open space. Skibapik takes down Ted, and that is Croatia eliminated in 5th place with 2 elims.
Crazy stuff here.
Oh my days. That's Lumtrix destroyed, and Ukraine in 4th place. They managed to get 10 elims on the board.
Wow. With 4th place, how many points do you get?
4th is 4 points. That's 14 more. I think they might still be in 1st place this entire tournament, unless whoever gets the chicken dinner gets a ridiculous amount of kills. We'll have to wait until we can see that placement graph again.
That's some crazy stuff. I had not expected this to be the outcome for Ukraine, but obviously champions are champions. They're going to be coming in hot, but 3 teams remaining. We're down to the top 3. We're down to a very tight circle, and yes, there's a whole lot of coverage here, and I'm just happy it's in a building.
Oh, skid save. Zephyr getting taken down extremely low there. Turkey coming in on the back, and now We're on to the last circle. It's just going to push in and push in. I love to see it when teams survive this long. And it's, Turkey looking good until Rays got taken down.
There we go. Having a fight so close here. That nade should be able to help out. Albania still managing to stick alive.
Because he gets it.
Wait, 2 teams have full players.
Yeah.
And then, wait, wow, that's kind of unheard of at this stage here.
Yeah, this is insane. Albania have done so good to make it this far with 4 players. They've played their rotations so well. Turkey had high hopes for them. Those hopes were shattered in Erangel, but in Miramar to make it to the final 3, it looks like they might be able to get it a little bit further. Cyflex falls. Hamzy getting a good kill. Mollies are coming out. Cyflex pushing in, knocked. I don't know if Cyflex is going to see the light of day. No, Rays finishes him off. Util's thick and fast. There's flames everywhere. The DBS is back out. Bob Hustler taken down. This Albanian team just working together so well.
Oh, this damage being dealt. Turkey.
Oh, Hamzy and Silas. This Turkish push is just so strong.
Some crazy stuff here in Turkey. You asked what they can do, and I'm glad you pointed them out for me, because I would not have kept my eye on Turkey out of all these teams, and it looks like I would be in the wrong for that. They are just doing so much so far. Albania. Go ahead.
It's not even as a team, it's as a country. I did not know this team, but as a country, Turkey is just PUBG dominant, and they're really proving it right now. They just push so hard. There's only 2 players left standing for Albania. Everyone's going to be in the blue any second now. Now is the time to get these kills. Cuzzy falls. Albania eliminated, and Turkey on top of the second game with 3 elims. Sorry, no, that was Albania with 3. How many did Turkey get? We'll find out in just 1 second.
Yeah, honestly, what an insane game. The fact that it was in that very tight angle, Turkey being able to be so consistent in just getting that push up, but Albania at the end had an amazing positioning to make sure that nothing bad was going to come from that. So an insane game. And overall, happy news for them. But of course, that was game 2. I know we have so many more that we're going to be doing over the course of today and tomorrow. So this is a pretty exciting place to be if you are watching some PUBG Mobile. But I got to ask you, Bigfoot, now seeing how Ukraine got knocked down early, do we still think that they're going to be in first place here?
It's possible they can be. Yeah, they had a high amount of kills and they were knocked down early. So we'll have to see the scoreboard. It's sometimes hard to balance everything that happens when there's 15 teams going down into it. But we'll get onto the scoreboard after our break, I think, before the next game starts. And you were lucky enough to get that final you wanted, you know, saw that building at the end, and I really thought that building would work in favor of Azerbaijan, having that cover, having that TPP switch, but Turkey's push was just so well coordinated.
Yeah, absolutely well coordinated. Great job coming out from Turkey. So if they can keep moving like that, we should be able to see what is going to be moving down into hopefully more teams getting more points. I'm just glad Hungary's on the board with 1, and I'm also glad that we're seeing a lot of these teams placing differently than where they placed before. So we're not going to have like one team getting knocked down consistently and vice versa. So good stuff.
Yeah, really good. And we've got high hopes for Sanhok as well. We've seen some tactics on both games that would really help out in Sanhok. Azerbaijan staying alive with 4 players to the last circle. If you can do that in Sanhok, you're really off to a good start. Ukraine had that survival technique in the first map. Admittedly, only taking 2 players to the last circle, but if you can just get them there and come out on top of those last duels, you'll get that chicken dinner as we saw in the previous map. And Turkey, so aggressive in those last circles. Like, normally that aggression can be like high risk and often can backfire, but Turkey handled it so well, getting kill after kill. The team was focused together on the same opposing team every time, and they just moved through the teams one by one. Just cleared up the last 3 teams themselves pretty much. So I'm pretty sure their kill count is going to be quite high as well.
Yeah, I really hope. And now, with that in mind, let's cut to a quick break. We'll be right back to see that scoreboard. But first, some words from our sponsor and the host of today, IESF.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Welcome back, everybody, to the International Esports Federation EU Regionals for PUBG Mobile. We've had 2 matches so far. Absolutely insane stuff. Ukraine winning the first match, taking out Turkey as the first team. And then in the second game, Turkey got the chicken dinner themselves. So it looks like we're into a bit of scripted content tonight. We see a little bit of a back and forth between Turkey and Ukraine. Hopefully it'll continue.
Yeah, these guys have been having it out for each other right now. Ukraine targeted them early on, and I don't know if that was just luck of who dropped or maybe it was something more planned. But with these plan of attack, let's see what Turkey can do now that we have a decent amount of points gathered here. So I can't wait to actually see what the point breakdown is after that last game there. Now, we know that Ukraine, even though they only placed 4th, should still be in 1st unless we see just an insanely large jump by some players. Case in point, I did see Azerbaijan, they actually had 7 elims there, so that jumped them up and they were in 2nd place last. So little things like that should be a good showcase here.
Yeah, I didn't catch the exact kill count for Turkey at the end of that match, but as they worked their way through every team that was in that final circle, I expect it did get up to double digits. So they might have gone from nearly last place up into the top 3, if not the top 2. We'll have to see in just a second, but they played so powerfully. They played that aggression that I'm used to seeing from Turkish teams in public lobbies, and I was hoping to see it tonight in this private tournament lobby, and we managed to get it in the second map. So I'm happy to see that. Few other teams, you know, they're going to be trailing behind. When we get the points up, you will see some teams still with 0 or 1 point. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean the night's over for them or even the 2 days. They still catch up with a high amount of kills or chicken dinners, but we are all ready to start to see who is the most dominant teams.
Yeah, the domination definitely might continue here, and you know, let's see what can happen here with these points, and hopefully we get a look at that. And here they are, Ukraine still in 1st place by 4 points. Turkey, though, they jumped up here.
Yeah, they were hanging around with Moldova, Norway, etc. at the end. 1 point last round, and now they're in 2nd place. And this is why the placements just add up so much. Kill points 19, so they got 18 kills in that second game.
That's what I was about to say. They only got 1 in game 1.
Yeah. They nearly hit double, like 20 in the 20s. That's amazing.
That is some crazy stuff here. And looking at which teams are doing better, Montenegro, unfortunately, still has yet to be on the point barrier here. Hungary following them. Norway with a placement point and a kill point. While we are seeing these guys just keep it going. Moldova and North Macedonia being some of the players that go into these early fights. You can tell by the racking up of kills, but the lack of placement points. So they're some of the first squads down, but also the first squads to down other people. So little things like that kind of lead us to know how they play it out. So pretty exciting for this.
Now, Albania were very, very close to getting the chicken dinner in that game. And I thought with the cover they had the building, it was Turkey's job to push them. I thought Albania were going to come out on top. If they did, they would have got a further 3 points for kills, a further 2 points for placement, and they still wouldn't have been quite as far ahead as Turkey are now. Turkey really getting those high kills and the chicken dinner, just doing them so much good, shooting ahead of everyone. And as this night progresses, I think we might start to see a bit of a back and forth between Ukraine and Turkey, but it is 3 teams out of all of these 15 that will progress to the World Esports Championships in Iași, in Romania. And it is still early days, 2 games down. Both Ukraine and Turkey could be knocked even further down this leaderboard as we progress.
Yeah, this could be just a early lead, and it might have some rise. Obviously, we got a bunch of games. I think well over 8 so far. Actually, no, we currently have a ton of matches for us. 6 matches just today. So we are going to be seeing a lot of these players just line up and get these picks. But as we follow this plane, this kind of line, I think, is not terrible. I wish it was a little more center, but it's pretty good. I think the only problem is Camp Alpha is definitely not going to be picked up here. And that's one of the places where you're going to expect some nice firefights or some decent loot.
I mean, this is the kind of flight path where, for excitement's purposes, you want to see a northwest circle bringing everyone to Camp Alpha over those 3 bridges available. Also, those bits of river that some people do swim through at their own risk. And yeah, it's you can avoid the bridges and go for the swim. It can backfire terribly as well. So I'm actually hoping the circle drops heavily northwest.
Here we go. Following Armenia, looks like Vikings are going to be leading us in as they are going straight up against the coast here. We'll be able to land with their teammates. I like the synergy that they have, but let's see if that synergy is going to pay off with loot-wise, as this area is completely empty. So this could be a ton of potential rewards for the Armenian team.
Yeah, these Camp Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, they're in Charlie right now. They have enough loot for one squad, and sometimes if two squads drop, it gets a bit slim pickings. Here we are on boot camp, Hungary, getting that, what is often a hot drop, but actually just the only team there themselves. So this is probably the best loot area in the whole of Sanhok, and now they've got it all to themselves. Hungary will be leaving with extremely good gear, probably even a level 3 helmet or armor or two, and any gun they want will probably be theirs.
Yeah, any gun, and this is all that they need to really just seal this out. But Hungary, they've been in a good position a few times, but have they actually used that to their advantage? I'm not quite sure quite yet that we've seen it from them. They get their early guns, they get their early positioning, but then when it comes down to the firefights, they just get taken down so quickly, either being pinched or just being late to the party.
Yeah, and Albania was so early to the party in the last game, just managed to predict the end of the circles building, like a few circles ahead. Holding it down so safely, but unfortunately being taken down at the last minute. Let's see if they can repeat that behavior this game whilst getting a few more kills. It could do them good because they really are in a comfortable place in the leaderboard. You know, you don't have to be in first place after the first couple of games, but you do want to be top 5 and top 10 at the very least once the games start progressing. And these teams sitting at the back of this leaderboard with 0, 1, 2, 3 points, they're going to have such a tough time catching up now. These 10 kills, these chicken dinners are starting to accrue for the other teams.
Here we go. Starting to accrue. Let's see if they are going to be able to start building this back up. And obviously 2 are down. I love this animation of wiggling side to side. PUBG Mobile, some of the quirkiest things I've seen. But Georgia, currently on the high ground above this team, might have a decent attempt against, I believe that is Macedonia here, or Montenegro, sorry. Montenegro down there.
Montenegro are currently last in the leaderboard, so they really want to grab something. And having just a Thompson and no armor, I'm pretty sure that was just scouting, and I hope that wasn't looking for a 1v4 fight. Just gonna hopefully get some more armor back on. Ukraine out in a really quiet area now. Looks like they've got extremely easy loot for themselves. Don't think anyone's too close to them, but they aren't in the zone. I don't think. I don't actually know exactly where the zone sits. If we could see the full map, that would be great. I think it did go west, but not quite as north as I hoped. Oh, and Moldova looking to camp out Norway as they escape from this area. Oh, dear. That's 2 of them down.
Oh, and it might be a third. Norway. And it looks like Norway says no way to trying to clutch that up. Vital falling as well, and I believe that... Wait, they still have 1 player somewhere. Where are they?
I don't know, but...
They're all the way at the
They
beach.
better keep running. They
Yeah.
better keep running. Lakari is such a great place for loot, but that high ground around it just makes it so hard to actually escape from at times, especially if someone's there, like Moldova were. So, like, if you're going to land anywhere near Lakari, you really kind of just want to land in the buildings around it and camp the team that did land Lakari. And that's exactly what Moldova did, and you saw how easy they got those 3 kills. Got Man69 getting 1 kill there as well. Chapov from North Macedonia knocked. Ristov and co are going to try and keep them alive. The Rev will come through. It doesn't look like they're being rushed too hard just yet.
Let's see what they can do now. We do have Ristov and the rest of North Macedonia in a decent spot as Chapov is going to be healing off. I like what we're seeing from this team, being able to just wait because they know that firefights are happening. They know that things are around them. Albania, off of that near win, that 2nd place, is just surrounding this team, though.
Mano69's taken this fight with no helmet. Did actually get 1 kill. And Hungary might be in for a third party from the long range here, you know. If someone like Man takes a little bit of damage and Hungary player Tiger or someone gets a long shot onto the head, it's all over for Man. There's no helmet whatsoever.
Yeah, no helmet. But they might be able to just duck and have it go underneath, but that's just unfortunate they weren't able to pick it up, though. Nothing at all.
I mean, that's the problem with the Sanhok. With these, you try and take these quiet drops where there's not even a name on the map, for example, and you can be left wanting for loot. As we can see, Man is just running around. Mano trying to get a helmet on anywhere. Even the level 1 would help. No, still nothing to be found. And that's the thing now, if there's nothing in these buildings, you can't cross the river to the other buildings of the opposing team. You now need to make a rotation without full armor. And armor is so crucial, you know, like level 3 helmet compared to no helmet. You're talking, it's like the survival rate can be so different.
Let's see this now. I like what we're seeing from Tiger. Should be able to have a decent angle above these players, because unbeknownst to Albania and the rest of North Macedonia, the Hungarian team has been sitting behind them. Look at that. They're not shooting. They've been sitting here for so long. And here we go. Now the shots happen, but Ristov gets to walk away. Very unfortunate there, but I almost have it. But honestly, now that this team knows that they're kind of surrounded, is that going to allow Albania, who knows that there's a team that's watching down on them, wanting to start this pinch, because they've done that before?
I honestly can't see North Macedonia getting out of this unless Albania make a rotation away from this area and they can cross over the bridge, because Albania and North Macedonia have split this loot in half. And some of them don't have health, heals, some of them don't have armor. It's very tricky for them. Bosnia and Herzegovina, super long rotation out in the ocean. And it's actually quite a safe route to take, you know, avoiding nearly everybody. Hungary again with another angle on the wrist. Getting the knock, but this damage will eat into their armor, and they leave the compound. Or if Hungary made that push in, it still will work in their favor doing this early little bit.
Yeah, let's see it. Now, Hungary, they're second to last place, facing down against North Macedonia. I believe it's in like 7th or so. So Ristov staying alive. But look at how much ammo Hungary has.
Yeah.
This player, they're not going to have to worry about much.
It's that boot camp drop, man. You don't have anything to worry about if you're the only team in boot camp. You have everything you need. And then they made that push over the hill, making this rotation through this little compound by the river, and they've managed to come across North Macedonia and Albania wanting for loot. It's entirely possible that Hungary get 8 kills here and just wipe both squads, because they're superior equipment to both teams right now. The circle has closed in hot on their tail, so it will actually push Hungary through both of these teams. So this could get very, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at the utility. They have 3 nades on Ristov, and Hungary, they don't really have that many nades, or else I would assume that they jump right in. Tiger should be in the position to try to bite down, but some trades are actually happening on the other side of the map as Azerbaijan. It looks like it falls a lot of damage and a lot of players there. But
yeah, I think that was 3 from one squad taken down on the other side of the map.
oh my god, basic. What is this position? That is highest high ground, but here's an airdrop that's falling right onto Hungary.
No way.
They're getting so spooned right now.
Yeah, they started the game hungry for loot, and now they're filled up to the max, and they're going to go get the level 3 armor, hopefully, and just make this push through this compound and clean up. I would love to see Hungary come out the other side of this with 8 kills.
Ooh, Montenegro going on the flank right behind these players in Ukraine. They're going to get a huge flank.
Old Boy had the high ground. It looked so good for Old Boy. Taken down on that peak.
This is the last in the seed right now. This is the team that has the weakest start here so far in the last 2 games. So the fact that they've managed to get the jump on Ukraine is a little crazy to me. But let's see if they're going to be able to keep that going, as Ukraine is also going to be being fought by Turkey, one of their, I think, main competitors in this series here.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. Turkey shooting forward to 2nd place after losing so fast in the first game. Just shows how much potential they've got to keep grinding and coming out on top. Looks like they've got a good amount of cars as well, and this has changed Sanhok so much. I have to break it to the viewers. I haven't actually played Sanhok with cars yet. The change has happened since the last time I played PUBG Mobile, and it's going to just change the meta of this map so much.
Absolutely. And let's see if we're going to be seeing a changing meta as triple Old Boy's downed and gunned down every time. It's triple Old Boy for the side of Ukraine. But I would say that Ukraine is in a bad spot, but I mean, they've had a game without triple Old Boy now 3 times.
Yeah, and honestly, Ukraine, when you're in first place and you have the talent to come first again, you can throw a game or 2 if you have to, but I would like to see them maybe rotate and just get out of this situation and survive, because that's what's most important. Little nade here from Madness, but I think reading the rock... Oh, no, read the rock perfectly as Freydox gets taken down. The fight in the blue zone, and that's Wizard finishing off Freydox as well.
Wait a second, with this circle now becoming enclosed soon here, that fight of Hungary and the Hungary and the rest of them with North Macedonia and Algeria, that's going to now combine itself right here. So I believe the fight should be starting on the other side as we're going to be watching Moldova's single player standing. This guy's been alone for how long? I mean, I remember Moldova got taken down early on into this game.
I'm not sure if he can do it. You know, he's only got one med kit. He's got 387 meters to go. If he comes across anyone, it's going to be all over. And now we have Ukraine. It does look like they're trying to escape the situation on cars, but they're not finding it easy. And now they've come across Turkey. Turkey are absolutely desperate to finish off Ukraine, knock them out early, and steal that first place, holding them pincered in this compound in the blue zone. It's definitely got a chance of doing so.
Wow. I mean, they got 500 spare rounds here. So if Kelsey just constantly spams, they are just saying, hey, I'm here, I'm watching you, I'm here, I'm watching you. You cannot move. And keeping them in place like that is a smart idea. But the more you shoot, the more attention is dragged to your team. So Turkey, what can you do now? You still have 4 members. Ukraine only has 3. And I don't think anybody's actually fighting Ukraine anymore outside of Turkey. But here we go. The main fight's happening on the other side. North Macedonia taking some damage as Croatia is here to do as much as they can. And there is going to be one player down and another one down as well.
Yeah, North Macedonia actually not getting taken out by Hungary. Hungary taking a different rotation. Not getting those kills that I thought and hoped they would get early on. Man, Ukraine are so stuck right now. They need to find a way out of this situation. And even if they do manage to make it past Turkey, you've got Albania right there on the other side as well. It could be really tricky for them to make it into the circle now. They do go out in 14th, 13th, 12th place, etc. They won't be getting any placement points. That'll be pushing them down the leaderboard a little bit.
And that will be a problem for them. But I did notice that Hungary, instead of taking that one angle, is going around and about to get into a fight with Croatia, which could be an issue as Croatia has been left unattended for quite some time here and hasn't really been doing anything besides killing people right here. But again, back to Turkey versus Ukraine. Pot shots from across the pattern. Let's see what else can happen. As of course, we are seeing just more and more teams starting to get closer and closer together.
They did get one knock onto Ukraine, but the revive will come through. Now they're getting hyper aware. They've drawn attention to themselves, like you were saying was going to happen, and you've got 2 teams looking down on them. Ukraine just out of the blue zone, managing to stay alive for now, but when this circle shifts again, they're going to be in an extremely tricky spot trying to make that rotation past these 3 different teams.
Wow. I gotta ask, where's the 4th Turkish player? I think they're across the street in a different building, but look at these teams. And I'm also...
Wow.
Uh-oh. This is... It's the entire edge is about to just become a graveyard here.
Yeah. Some people extremely fortunate to be inside this circle right now, because anyone outside of it is going to be hitting up into a death. Oh, that is an excellent spray from Clutch there. Taking down Morty Boy. Elsewhere on the map, Asterix is finished off by Rick Avella.
Bosnia pushing in. That nade should be able to help out, but it does not connect too well, but forces a player to run. And here we go, Croatia. They've knocked down Tiger, but from the side, Hungary is still hungry for some kills, getting another one down and hopefully being able to pick up their teammate. As on the other side, we're seeing a beautiful pick. And
yeah, the jump in DBS. It's so nice to see Poku coming out so easily with that kill. Now, what about Georgia? They swam all the way here, and I think they managed to get into the circle without being seen.
yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Georgia. They have always just been the little rats in the water swimming their way through, and that's what they need to do to work and make it work, and that's what they're going to do. But Montenegro about to be in the last place yet again if they can't pick themselves back up. What a pick! Poku poking one, but you said Georgia was fine. I don't think they're fine.
No,
We
I
just saw
spoke too
what
soon.
yeah, they're God casting, cursing it in PUBG. This is crazy. As across the map, they're losing so many players in Turkey, and it's in the same position they've been in.
Could you see what I mean about that DBS shotgun, though? When it first came out, it was only available in Korea, and then they put it onto the floor, and they nerfed it, I think. And now it's buffed again. It's just so powerful. You just pick it up on the floor. I think it needs to go back in them crates.
Absolutely, honestly. I think we need to just have every weapon in a crate. You have to punch until a supply drop falls.
I mean, you might have a career in game development ahead of you, mate.
Yeah, honestly.
That's a good idea.
That would be the
what's
most unique battle royale. What's the bird? Is that cosmetic?
Yeah, you got pets now. They follow you around as all sorts, mate.
They got pets?
Yeah. Some people have little teddy bears with helmets on. It's crazy.
All right, well, let's see what these guys can do. But are these players going to be found out? Is Heaven taking out Morphe?
Spain are having a tough time, aren't they?
Yeah, but they come out on top, actually. We were seeing a lot of players from the side here of Croatia just trying their best, and Armenia, Wizard, maybe casting some spells, trying to find some picks, but this is where the real fight's going to start. We got 40 seconds before the area starts closing on itself, but with a beautiful res, we still have Spain alive. They're stuck behind Armenia and the team they just wiped.
10 teams left, so we're almost heading into placement points, but not quite. It's only the 7th and 8th is the first placement you'll start to get points, and it is only 1. But this circle is closing in, and these people on the edges are probably going to get into some trouble that might knock another team out, let's just say that. Oh, there's a nade coming down a Hansi any second now, I think. Montenegro still have all 4 players standing. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, so we'll see if they can shoot forward at all. Triple Koa taking down Cuzzy, finishing them off. Wizard gets Rex, Roku, and yeah, Wizard is casting spells, as you say. Koa getting another kill there. Well, just a knock on it at least. Limtrix taken down. Ukraine struggling.
Uh-oh. Ukraine, for the first time in a long time, might actually be one of the first 10 teams to go down. What? They're still getting picked while they are holding it out. Turkey looking at the high ground here, looking for not getting flanked as everyone's falling. Triple Koa grabs one, but can I ask, where's the Hungarian team at? They were in such a great position, and they've just managed to avoid all fights. But what?
Ukraine.
One tapped from a distance. Now just, what, 1 player remaining for Ukraine?
I think it might be running out. Turkey really not wanting to get pressure from this high ground. Spraying down, trying to stop the push. If you lay enough defensive aggression on, the push won't come your way. Looks like that's what they're trying to do. Montenegro look a little bit lost. You know, like the cohesion we've seen in other teams where they've managed to just push forward all together with nades and everything. They know they've got a knock and they're just still behind the rocks. It might have been the time to keep pushing and keep nading. But now Turkey have a chance to come back and stay alive and maybe even take out Macedonia themselves. Wow. What a nade.
Ooh, and here's another. There it is. God. They're just doing so much, and Hungary is actually going from behind and doing a lot of damage all the way on the other side of the map. And here we go. They are going to get caught out by Triple Koa. He needs to keep this going, but
That's 2.
can they find it? Smoking for his teammates, trying to pick him back up. Pretty smart play. Hungary now losing 1 player, but can they keep this going? They need to try their best to just find these picks.
I think Montenegro, they really missed an opportunity to do some serious damage to Turkey and also upset the leaderboard a little bit by staying up on that hill after the knock happened.
Yeah, this zone
See them struggling again, yeah.
The zone forcing them into Wizard, who's just tapping away. And again, it's like a someone hiding behind just a fence post. It doesn't really do too much for you. And there, what a shot. Oh, and that is going, I believe, the end of these teams. But
4 teams left already. We just went from 10 to 4 in a matter of minutes, and that's Sanhok for you. Turkey's still standing, though.
Dang, so actually the Hungarian team got taken down by Serbia. We just couldn't really tell. But with that happening, Serbia's in a great spot, high ground, right around and ready to fight Turkey, who needs to now push against the high ground, which they just did last game.
There's music in the cars as well. There's all sorts, mate. You're missing out.
Oh, okay, that's where the music's coming from. Like, what is that?
Yeah.
One sec, guys. Before I clutch this up, I have to turn it to my favorite radio station. Like, okay.
Turkey still, I think Turkey making a rotation around circular now. They looks like they're going to get in. Still with Serbia though, and Armenia having this excellent spot in the circle. Both Serbia and Turkey having to make their way towards Armenia. One Serbia player falls. Armenia, all of them are still standing. Looks like their focus is on Serbia. Now, what are Turkey doing? Turkey have made a good rotation. Trying to also double team onto Serbia. Serbia are falling thick and fast, but now Armenia's sights fall onto Turkey. 3 teams left. Right now, it is looking like no matter what happens, Turkey will be jumping forward to that first place.
Honestly, Turkey, they want to keep this moving, and it's a shame that Ukraine got taken out early, but it's just going to be Armenia versus Turkey here. And the music from the car still playing. All right, we got our own battle music here, but Gray is now down. But look at this. God doesn't check the corner and gets taken down. And that is going to finish. But what?
Wow.
The nade! Just saved him.
The Armenian nade right at the end. I thought the
Wow.
DBS was going to come out clutch there. The Revs was going to come in, but that nade so perfectly placed. And Armenia take that chicken dinner, but Turkey in second place with a handful of kills will probably have shot forward to first spot in the entire leaderboard, pushing Ukraine down after they got knocked out a little early there.
Yeah, pushing him down one tick at a time. And we're going to see that happen yet again and again and again. And now Turkey should be in that first point, as you pointed out. So I think Ukraine, they did do a decent amount of damage. They got some picks, so that will keep them a little afloat. And they got taken down in what, 7th place, 6th place, around there. So honestly, I think they still will be up there, obviously 2nd place, but I'm still disappointed a little bit in the Hungarian team. Not disappointment as like, oh, you should have played better. Just disappointing that they didn't have that opening that would have led to maybe 8 kills with how it was set up for themselves, and little things like that come into play. And then with that motion, with how that has been moving, it's been nice to see this game develop and how these teams play. Now, is there any team that you're looking forward to that should be placed higher now that game 3 has gone down?
Well, Armenia were in 10th place with a total of 6 points, so they're going to be not quite in the levels of Ukraine and Turkey with 30 and like 33, 29, but they're going to be shooting forward to top 5 possibly, because the 5th place was Serbia with like 15, so they're going to be shooting ahead of that. So looking forward to see what they can do moving through the tournament. Azerbaijan, they might have been dropped down a little bit in that round as well. Like you said, Hungary missed an opportunity to shoot forward themselves. I think what happened with Hungary is they misjudged the loot situation. Had the 2 teams in that compound had full loot, it would have been a really, really push. But both teams were sitting there on scraps. They had low armor, low ammo, low health, low medication, and I really think Hungary could have just ran down with and had more powerful guns and armor and take it over. But we're gonna take a little break now, and we'll be back with the scoreboard and the next match shortly.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
And welcome back, everybody, to the IESF World Championship. This is the European qualifiers, and this is also match 4 coming up soon with PUBG Mobile. I, of course, am Edu, joined by the wonderful Bigfoot. Bigfoot, how are we feeling about match 4 moving forward as we've seen so many teams battle it out so far?
I'm thinking it's going to be a chance for Turkey to make up for their initial mistake and come out strong. I'm not saying they're definitely going to be able to do that, but it's a chance for them because they did go out first the first time we were in Erangel. And then since then, they've managed to come out extremely strong moving forward. We'll see the leaderboard in just a second and see if they manage to grab that top spot from Ukraine, who started off tonight so strong, but starting to fall back a little bit as we move through Erangel and Sanhok. So Miramar and Sanhok. how about yourself? What are your thoughts for the rest of tonight?
Well, we have 6 total matches that we're going to be seeing here tonight. So with 6 matches, what that tells me is that we have a whole lot of people to prove things at. With Hungary, I want them to prove something, because with that setup that they had, they're still in rank 14. They're still in 14th place right now. Now, looking at what else we have, I'm looking at Ukraine, who is 3 points behind Turkey. In the past 2 rounds, managed to go from 8th place all the way, actually no, they were 13th place, then they jumped up to 2nd, now they're in 1st. So in 3 games they have managed to make it all the way up to 40 points with 24 kills in total. Now kill totals do matter, as Armenia has proven themselves by winning the last game, so they are now in 3rd place here. So because they were at the bottom, they're now only in 3rd after winning a lot of placement points here. So looking at this, what are your thoughts here, Bigfoot?
I'm impressed. Turkey managed to put it back. Like, they had basically no points in after the first game, and doing that is just, it just shows such good team cohesion, and the aggression came out too. They knew they had to aggress. They knew they had to get those kill points up as well as the placement points to catch up. And now look at them, 3 points ahead of Ukraine, but 3 points isn't a lot. So Ukraine can obviously easily wrestle this back. And it was Erangel that they came out on top of. So now they're back in Erangel. Maybe they'll be able to do it again and overtake Turkey, but we do have some good back and forth tonight between Ukraine and Turkey, and now it's a question of who else can maybe get themselves into this top 2 spot and upset the balance between the 2 Titans.
Let's hope that we are going to be seeing the Titans being battled out. Ukraine and Turkey, they have a lot of points here. Can they keep those points high? That's the main question, as we're going to be jumping in to some future stuff. And I just love what we've seen from these players. And honestly, I cannot wait to see what happens next, as these guys have had damage going, they've had flow going, they've had beautiful positioning. I think that last match was a little rough for most teams, as I think the match being newer to the not only to the game, but also with some patches updating how it's played with those vehicles, as you pointed out, I think they weren't ready for the amount of angles to push. And when you're not ready, you get swept under. And that happened to Hungary. That happened to, I believe, Algeria. It just will be those kind of rounds that you don't want to be the backseater on.
No, not at all. And yeah, there is now backseat cars in Sanhok, and they did change a couple of the rotations, protecting people a bit more in those final zones. And I feel a little bit uneasy about that change, honest, because it just makes Sanhok so much less about the natural terrain. You know, those rocks that are dotted all over Sanhok are just so crucial previously, but now when you can extend them with cars, etc. We did see Turkey. They were between 2 rocks with a car on one side. So there was actually almost like a tunnel, a funnel even, only one entrance. And as the one player pushed through, trying to stop the revs, Turkey took them down with the DBS, but then the nade came flying in over the top, and it didn't matter where the funnel was. It didn't, because the nade fell from the sky and put Turkey into 2nd place in Sanhok, but it didn't stop them getting to 1st place in the leaderboard.
Yeah, it did not stop anything here, as we are going to be jumping into game 4 back again on the map that we saw the first time, Erangel here. So it's just one of these things that makes it a little concerning, is the fact of the matter that the last time we saw this map, it ended up being the one place where there isn't a building. So let's see if that's going to be consistent again this time, as we are jumping straight on in, and it is going so crucial. Mansion, school, ruins, hospital. That is a straight line cutting through some of the most deadly areas in the game.
Yeah, and the last time, well, actually every map we've had soft drops for everyone. No one's been in a hot drop one, like team versus team situation, not even a 1v1 situation in any of these drops. It's just about possible to get down to Sosnovka if you glide all the way or drop south of farm or around Ferry Pier and drive there. It could be worth it, because no one's going to be down there, get that loot up to the full maximum amounts, you know, like Sosnovka military base. If one team loots up that whole thing, it's the same as boot camp in Sanhok or whatever. You're going to be laughing at the amount of loot you got. But it's such a long way to go from this flight path. Teams might not opt for that option, but if they do and the circle heads towards them, they're going to be laughing.
Let's see if this circle will head towards them, as these guys are heading towards all of these different spots. But what I'm looking at is how little distance we're actually seeing these guys drop and cover. So far, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams start to battle each other out here. Currently, you do have Bussel going right down. Bob Hustle might be able to... Honestly, is he going to be able to make it to a place with actual loot? I don't think he has enough momentum. I think he's going to have to walk a little bit.
Yeah, is he heading south in the flight path trying to get a car like I was saying? I mean, this might be the Albanian tactic here to head over to this junction, like I said, and drive south. North Macedonia already getting the cars, but are they going to be heading south? Oh no, he's going for the run over. This is the first one. Buggy versus the fists, and Skills, seeing that the opponent ran into the shed with a very small chance of picking up a gun, decides to turn around and get out of there. So that could have been an early kill. There is an early kill with the guns as well, so actually we're seeing the first gunfight that's happened from a drop so far tonight.
Yeah, first gun though. Let's see it now. Armenia. Actually, looks like we might see them go into a 1v1 here, which could be a little bit of an issue for these guys, and I don't know if that's going to help him out too much here. Luckily, wait, yeah, okay, Viking is Armenian on the Armenian team, so Viking is there, but Ristov and Viking are about to have a little bit of a bout here as they're both trying to vie for the same building.
Yeah, and poor Madness hasn't even had a chance to grab armor or a helmet. And you can say the same for Makita. They're in the same situation. Makita and Madness. Makita's got the UMP. Madness does too. And neither of them have any armor on. And they're extremely close to each other. And now we have Hungary moving in as well. Just moving in, driving past. Luckily for these teams.
Yeah, unluckily for Hungary, they need to get some kills if they want to be in this game here, if they want to be on the bracket. So I need to see what else they can do. Yes, they can drive past, but where else are they going to go, you know? So Armenia at Surogod, trying to just manage to find some space, looking around, keep track of your teammates. But I think Armenia should be fine. But the fact that Viking, did they actually get that trade in the door? Because I think we're missing Risto.
I'm not sure, but it looks like Hungary have sent some information. But are they again, no armor, one grenade and a gun. Are they scouting or deciding to take this fight? Because everyone in this area is so low on loot. Fancy anybody's chances. There's yeah, he's got the strongest gun out of a lot of them and a couple of nades, but
oh no, Ristov was still alive. I don't know how he got out of there, and it's managed to turn him around, taking out Surogod. So somehow Ristov was able to leave that building and proceed to absolutely decimate some players. So a little bit of a misplay there coming out from Algeria.
Appears that Hungary have heard the gunshots and are either rotating or retreating. Yeah, Ristov, again, level 3 helmets. That is a good start, especially with the peak he's doing right now, but no armor either. People in this area might want to focus on getting out and getting looted up before taking fights, but of course, getting these early kills, it seems like that's what both teams are going for right now.
Let's see what they can do. Here we go. Hungary, is that it?
Oh dear.
No,
AFK.
they have an AFK.
Ryzen disconnected. That's 3 players, and Ryzen might not be able to reconnect for the whole game.
But on a good note, they are in the zone. That's not common for an AFK to luckily be in the zone, so that's going to keep them alive for a little bit. But wait. Hold up. I'm seeing Zushi running into the game. All of Hungary just fell. All of them are down. The only one left is the AFK, and this player from Georgia is right next to him.
Yeah, that might be eliminated if he sees him. If he even sees him.
No,
I just saw him.
no way.
Come on.
Oh,
You're gonna drive straight past him. No way.
What?
No way. Hungary's still standing. Zushti hasn't got a clue.
That's crazy.
As if.
No way.
He hasn't just seen that player stood there in the middle of the open.
Maybe they're going to go
triple fist him? Getting the team together to make sure they come out on top of this 3v1?
No way.
No.
Wait, no, they're going back. What?
Again, now he's just on the right. So Hungary's going to go out eventually to the zone, see how far forward they get in the placement, but I doubt it will be at the point to get placement points because he is standing right on the edge of the zone. Georgia missing an opportunity there to get one more point on the board. Easy free kill, and it will actually just go down to the zone. No one getting that point whatsoever.
That's so unfortunate. If that player is watching this VOD back, I just want you to know it's okay. We understand. But yes, you should be mad right now. You should be very mad right now.
First thing we see the Turkey since we've seen the drops come out, and that's also Norway flying past. Moldova ending up trying to shoot some tires out of the surrounding vehicles just to, you know, disable future attempts to rotate with them. We saw this mountain as well was so crucial in the last map, but it all depends where the zone's going to go in the future. The zone closed around that the teams that were there, and managed to get them some really good high ground kills. Over here at Ruins, looks like Turkey are split up a little bit. Can be quite powerful in an area like Ruins, but definitely a risk as well. Norway quite nearby. See if Norway can finally get some kills on the board, but judging from the actual leaderboard, looks unlikely that Norway will be able to take out Turkey.
Quite unlikely here, but let's see if they are going to be enough to represent, honestly, this team. But 4 players down. Hungary still standing somehow. Literally just standing in a field. But Georgia missing their opportunity. Let's see if they're going to be able to find any more kills here. As we know, there should be enough. Lacer. Tier 1 helmet, but Tier 3 backpack. So they should be able to gear up their team pretty well here. Unless that's Tier 3 armor. Never mind. Tier 3 armor.
You missed a chance to recycle the scarecrow joke, mate. I mean, that Hungarian player is going to get an award for being outstanding in his field.
Yeah, honestly, outstanding in the field of that being the second to last team right now. So, God, that was... if only there were birds on this map.
Yeah, only if you got
animals
a pet.
In this game.
Only if you got a pet. Yeah.
And here we go, checking on him again.
Ryzen, no, mate, we've been wrong. Ryzen. So that he's not the last lone player standing. Basic is going to go down as Basic is going to make the way out the zone, but Ryzen's the one that's standing next, going to be taken down. So why are they so split up? What happened?
He must have dropped and then immediately disconnected and just fell straight down. Look at where he is on the map. Huh.
I mean,
okay.
Imagine if Ryzen connects and gets picked up by this buggy. I think if he was going to reconnect, he would have, he would have reconnected by now.
Well, definitely buying some time for this team no matter what. It's just, imagine the pressure currently on the back of this Hungarian player Basic. This is... Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is a lot. And here we enter into a bridge zone, and Zephyr spies the enemies and goes, maybe a bridge. Good shout, I think. Is it going to be a river swim or crossing another bridge? I'm not sure. Oh my days, heading into the bunker. We've got Croatia coming in strong, and Kalsi from Turkey falls, but Hams moving in, trying to support. We have 2 buggies coming in strong. Can Turkey come out on top? Another Turkey player falls.
Oh,
no way.
They turned it around. They went from 1 player on Turkey Falls permanently to just flying through the sky and clutching up. Gray's insane with that, but wait a second.
The Turkish style, mate. The Turkish style, just so aggressive, and it comes out. It actually pays off. You get another team wipe.
There we go. But look at that, Spain above them. Ukraine right behind them. And there's another team just waiting for Poku here.
Yeah, Poku got the information, took a couple shots, but didn't want to take the fight fully. Turkey's going to have a chance to regroup. I think they lost 1 player taken out, and I think they're going to get the res up, and there'll be 3 of them left. But that's again more good kill points on the board, and now we have Nasser Bisk from Serbia going straight through a full team and only taking a tiny bit of damage. That car is starting to drop, but it's going to make it out alive.
I mean, definitely got a lot of information. Didn't take a lot of damage on him on his own part, so pretty solid, but his aim might not be as solid. That distance. 3 times scope, just not what you want in a distance that far, especially with a gun that has that kind of fire rate. You're going to start tap firing at that distance here, but Biske, so far away from his team, smokes off the car to allow hopefully Koa and Melza to get, or Mellas to get out of there.
Yeah, Azerbaijan has split up so much in this area, and they do have vehicles. We've got Zephyr making their way away again. It seems like Zephyr's just driving around for information. just trying to just keep everyone informed of where all the enemy teams are. Skills taking down Rays elsewhere on the map. Zephyr jumps out, trying to get a spray down, but unfortunately only taking one player low and not getting the... Another DBS kill for Hams onto Ristov. Mikita takes down Hamzy, though. Mikita finishes off Hamzy. That is another player down for Turkey elsewhere on the map. They've taken down to 2 players. Whatever happened, it looks like they'd picked a fight and they managed to get one knock to start with, but they caught up with them, and now it looks like it's Silas. Quite near North Macedonia, Mikita and Skills still. See if Silas can get revenge. I'm not sure if Silas is the last player standing or the second last, but I think he might be the last Turkish player.
Yeah, Turkey not looking too happy right now. Obviously, they're still in first, but they're going to have to play for placement here because it's not going to look too great. They should be able to get out. They have a buggy, but, you know, that thing is paper thin, so not going to protect them from much. However, I like that North Macedonia is in a position to do some damage. It's only 2 left. Ristov, unfortunately, got caught out in the middle of nowhere and got gunned down while trying to make it back to their team here. So let's see what they can do, as 3 defeats have happened so far. And there is Ryzen, the Hungarian player, the AFKer, has finally fallen.
Yeah, didn't make it back, but Basic is on the western side of the map by themselves with a buggy, just edging it in, trying to stay alive as long as possible. Silas is the last player standing. It does look like all the rest of Turkey has fallen. So Silas looking a little bit more keen on watching what North Macedonia are doing. Maybe even hoping to get that double kill to come out on top. Havlik gets an extremely long distance knock onto someone that's so far away they're not even on our radar. Is that Montenegro driving past?
That it is, right into, I believe, Algeria here. Kuzi. Last one standing, and
oh wow.
Yeah. Ooh, wait. Who just knocked him down from what distance was that?
I didn't see the kill feed, but yeah, Kuzi.
He
takes out
He
Heaven.
killed him.
No way, Kuzi.
Albania.
And if Kuzi's reinforcements come in as well, yeah, Kuzi's reinforcements come in hot. Is Albania looking strong? Kuzi was by themselves, but now standing strong. Just got to take down this Ogi player up on the top next to the tree. He wants to escape from that vehicle, blow it up himself so he can't suffer any damage, and now he can just use it as a bit of cover. Smoke's there as well, but Albania looking hungry. We've got Elise coming in hot, pushing around the... Doesn't jump out just yet. Elise pushes into the smoke, spraying the smoke strong with the M4, but doesn't get any shots off just yet. The Molly, it looks like it's about to come out, but now Ogi with the DBS making the push to the rock.
The nades from Albania just won them a 1v4. Wow. Okay. Oh,
now Havlik is coming in.
Yeah,
they can't catch a break.
It's just Havlik. No, there's a lot of players in the car. Uh-oh. That's going to be a little concerning for him. That's 2-seater. He's about to put these guys down. Make them take a seat.
Cuzzy needs to get some meds somewhere. There's nothing there to bring Cuzzy's health back up. Doesn't look like there's anything in the box so far. Either with one med kit, okay. That's going to help a lot. Silas has actually possibly managed to get a kill there. I see one player knocked near Silas, and there's 4 players around him. Can Silas do the impossible and do a 1v4 to keep Turkey in the game?
Yeah, and shout out to Basic, who's been AFK in the perfect spot to stay safe. But look at this. Very low, and that's not where you're supposed to park that. But here we go, damage being dealt. These guys are ready for it. And that is a lot from Ukraine. Finally falling in. And oh my God, Bosnia eliminated by Ukraine. They have to pick up their teammates now, but completely fair. They managed to win that out without losing a single person. Triple Old Boy still alive. That we don't get to say very often.
No, that moment of respite you get to take a breath after a big team fight when you haven't actually had anyone fully finished. It's so nice when you manage to get that team wipe and just get the revs up. Unless someone else comes crashing in a car, of course, but luckily for Ukraine, that won't be happening this time around. At least looking like he's got a really, really good spot next to this bridge. This could be great as the zone moves over this bridge. Baku taken down. Yeah, at least trying to get the shots into Zephyr, but not fast enough, and Zephyr will make it a super fast car again. And again, we've got Norway, the survivors of the game, but not necessarily the fraggers of the game. They've been doing great to like not go out in the first 5 or 6, but they haven't really made it into top 5 or got themselves any kills yet.
They haven't gotten themselves any kills, I think, Norway.
So, my days.
Yeah, it's been really just placements keeping them in this game and taking it slow. So
two points, kill. 2 points, 1 from kill and 1 from placement, and they're in last.
Good job. And it looks like these guys are practicing drowning like that. Let's see what they can do next. I still know that Basic is hiding under a bridge somewhere, just waiting for these teams to fight it out. Serbia looking to be behind Silas. Azerbaijan, they might be able to be in a great position, but this is where some Hungarian player was sitting a while ago. So how are we going to find out where Basic went off to? Oh, nice
spray down. Such good spray control. 6x M4 Salazar. No players around to rev that guy. MEFG free trekked. Odd name to say off the top of the tongue. But sprayed down to half health and knocked. It's going to get pretty tricky to keep him alive. I'm very surprised nothing's happened between Silas and Makita and that. So you've got Turkey and North Macedonia. 1 player from Turkey and 2 standing in a bit of a stalemate in the ruins. The zone's going to instigate something eventually over there.
Let's see what they can do now. Running it down, Poku. Love the just range that Ukraine has over this map. They have completely just taken all that they need.
There's Basic northwest, mate, and he looks like he's in a pretty comfortable position. The zone only moves a couple feet away from him. Standing by a bridge as well. Standing by the bridge might be able to get a kill off the back of it. Also, might reach some problems. Here we have Silas rotated a little. No, he's still in the same box. It's the other team that rotated around him now. Still in that same old church. No! It's Hungary. Oh, buddy. I'm sorry. There's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is just the first 6. We got 12 in total, I believe.
Yeah. Kesposlav trying to get some shots onto Slavor. Slavor not peeking too hard. Teams are really starting to get on top of each other right now. There's a 35 players. It's a lot to be heading into this 5th circle. Kesposlav taken down extremely low. Gonna have to take some hide behind the topography and heal up. Zephyr finally getting some kills instead of just driving around as well.
That's a lot of damage, though. Absolutely beautiful job from these players. Let's see if they can keep that going.
Morphy boy's down, though. That's Talika from Ukraine. He's talking about Ukraine's long range. We didn't even know they're part of this fight, and they get a knock in it, and that's all the way over from the compound to the left. These nades are coming out, but I don't think they're going to do too much damage. The smoke is going to be used to escape. Marlowe's finished off by Mickey.
Here we go. Let's see. Can these guys finish some damage out? Can they do it? I don't know. This has been a risky game, but
just in Vital from Norway taken down by the play zone. So this often happens with these styles of teams, the sort of teams that don't really get kills and they just try and stay alive. They often actually just fall to the play zone. Azerbaijan gone. So that's our 4th place in the leaderboard getting taken out pretty early too. So they're going to be dropping down by the time we see the next leaderboard. Lassifer was shot. Good nade kill there. Now we see Maxa going to send some more nades out. Teams are all over each other right now. We're going to see a very, very fast increase in the amount of teams and players remaining. We've already lost 10 players in the last minute or two. It's getting pretty fast. As I say that, Moldova Fallout 2, 9 teams remaining, almost into placement points.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Serbia still having 4 players remaining, but Triple Koa is knocked, so they're going to have to try to pick him up, and they do. They succeed in that, but hold up. 2 players knocked in front of them. They are almost winning this out. This Rubble is working well, but they pick him back up. Somehow still standing, and the play zone's going to grab 1, but from the side, Mella's grabbing another. They're just knocking them all, but look at this positioning. Sushi's here, but it's Biscuit and tripling it up.
TBS, man. Such a fun gun. It's just content creation machine. Buda trying to get in on this as well, but finding it hard to find the right peak and getting pushed pretty hard by 2 players, and that's Georgia out. Only 1 elim. Serbia getting some excellent kills there. Bisk heavy in the kill feed. There's 1 for Bisk, 2 for Koa, 1 for Metas. Nice squad wipe there. Right in the center of the circle as well. This could be Serbia's time to shine. They're currently sitting in 5th place, so if they manage to maintain that central compound with a few more kills, end up in the top 2 or 3, they might be the team we were looking for to contend with Ukraine and Turkey moving forward.
It's a lot of contention here, a lot that needs to be worked out, but what I'm looking forward to now is just the split off here. 7 teams are remaining, but looks like we do have 4 teams ready to battle it out. And positioning wise, Ukraine, they still have all 4 of their players, which also tells me they have 9 defeats. They've killed 9 people already.
Ukraine, man, they're trying to catch up. This is what I mean. So like, you can't come out on top of a PUBG tournament without aggression. You have to have some element of aggression in your team, so when you're behind on points, you can catch up with the kills and the placements, and Ukraine are doing exactly that. Silas from Turkey has got so lucky as well. The whole team fell except for Silas, and Silas has managed to stay inside that church for a good 3 or 4 zones. Unfortunately, you're going to have to make that move now, so this might be where Silas falls, but at least he's made it to the top 7.
Made it to top 7, and now might make it to end this out. Epic should be in a decent position, but what a nade. I say Epic should be in a good position, and he gets kablammed out of the game. Here we go. Albania currently at 7 defeats, still 4 players. Are they shooting through a rock? Am I crazy?
I think there might just been a little bit of a graphical glitch on our end that we're not seeing exactly what the player sees. No way! No way!
Koa, triple kill with the nade.
What the hell? Triple Koa is that's the best nade of the night so far. 3 kills off 1.
Crazy stuff, and let's see what else they can do. Havlik here, just tapping damage. 7 teams remaining, 16 players though. That is not a great ratio here. A lot of people playing for placement.
Silas is this still the same church?
Yep. Has not moved.
Like, before this night started, we talked about gunplay, we talked about positioning, we talked about util, but did we talk about luck? That is the zone luck Silas got just there, just being able to chill out in that church, praying to God and watching the enemies move around him, dying yet, taking Turkey forward so many positions whilst everyone else gets taken out. But yeah, now it's time to move. What's he got?
Oh, he's got to move quick, but does he know that there's people everywhere behind him, in front of him, to the right, to the left? And looks like what he's moving is actually onto a high ground position, but does he know that underneath him is... Oh no, this is not a good angle. I believe Algeria's right there to try to get him in the back end there. And also, talking about 2 players left, look at North Macedonia, who's also been anchoring. This church has just been a safe haven for people to save. They're not even trying to fight each other. I bet if they see each other, they're just going to say hi and just let the game play out.
Yeah, I mean, oh my days. Silas is known. His location is known. He must have been seen. The nades are coming in. And that's Silas from Wizards. Nade. Turkey taken out in 7th place with 5 elims. That'll only be 6 points on this Erangel for them. And now, obviously, these other teams got much more chances of coming forward. Turkey not getting those high points.
Yeah, now only 2 remaining here for the side of Armenia. This is going to be pretty close, pretty rough for these guys. Armenians need to just work together, but it's Albania who's stuck behind the rock. They managed to knock 1, but it's Ukraine who is yet to go down, and I don't think they want to yet. Albania here, they're at the defeats. If any team in this game can try to contest Ukraine that's still standing, it has to be this one.
Yeah, Albania do have a good angle on them, but it's only 2 standing. There's only 3 for Ukraine as well, though, and Ukraine are almost in the zone, so they're almost in the clear. 1 minute left. They're so aware, though. Look, they're maintaining like information on every single angle, making sure they're not getting pushed too hard from anywhere. Also trying not to take the fight too strong with Albania, and there it is. Albania finally getting some kills on the board and also making it into the top 5.
Wow. Top 5 here.
Oh.
There's the damage. Norway. It's always Norway to be the last players to like die that haven't done too much. 2 kills at the 5th team to go down. Kind of crazy.
Well, they're going to get 5 points. They might be able to, I think they might be able to overtake Hungary, and that might be it. Second last place moving forward. Old boy.
Now.
Yeah. All 4 players for Serbia standing. Level 3 helmet. Nice amount of meds will be taken down. Looks like it's a pretty simple situation to get the res off, though. Unless they get pushed heavily, but can't see that happening just yet. There's not too many vehicles left. We've seen a lot of these teams on foot in this final circle.
A lot on foot, lot to prove, and they might be able to go. I'm looking at Triple Old Boy here. 0 defeats still. This guy is not focused on dying today, but I'm hoping he's focusing on killing as well. But right now, rest of his team still now down to 3 as Tulika did fall. We're going to have to see them now carry a little bit more weight with 4 teams remaining, 11 players in total, as this is a new restriction and a lot of damage being dealt on the other side of the map with 1 player getting dropped right now.
Yeah, that will be skills for it. North Macedonia doing an excellent job to survive where Silas couldn't. I do think Silas probably just got a little bit impatient. I'm not sure why he thought going to the roof was so important. It's worth I mean, maybe thought he could get the high ground with those 2 players, but somehow gave him away, and those that nade, man. Just 1 nade to finish Silas off, take him out. Another nade from Wizard. That is a second just nade from Wizard, getting 2 kills in a row. Took out Silas, now he's taking out skills again. And now Lumtrix trying to go for the kill steal, but there's too much smoke, and there's a ward in the way. He can't quite see what he's doing. Let's see if Wizard can get some more nade kills moving forward at this circle. Looks like Viking might be up to the same tricks as well. That's North Macedonia eliminated. Armenia crashed through to the center of the zone. Got Wizard going through on a buggy. Viking is taken down by Limtrix in Ukraine, though. 3 teams standing. Wizard, I think, might be the only one alive for Armenia. Limtrix falls from Bisk. Mela almost dead as well. That's a grenade from Old Boy. You said you wanted to see Old Boy get some kills. There's one. Traffic moving in.
This is now nade flying across.
The cheek of it.
Oh.
Taking the time to heal before peeking and finishing, man. Right, that is Bisk taking out Ukraine. And now it's Serbia versus Ukraine. They're just marching on Wizard. And they run him over for the final kill. That's Serbia, 5th place when we finished that last match, and I think that chicken dinner might shoot them forward. So there's going to be Serbia, possibly Azerbaijan to contend with Ukraine and Turkey, and it looks like it might be Serbia. I'm looking forward to see if they've managed to knock out Ukraine, but currently 10 points behind Ukraine, so even just the chicken dinner catches them up. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a peek at what's going to be going down here. These guys know exactly how to be doing the damage and hopefully keeping this moving, as we're now moving into map 5 now, as I think we're closing in on today with so much great gameplay. Serbia definitely happy about their positioning now on the scoreboard, consistently up here. Now, Ukraine, that was a good amount of damage dealt and a decent placement. So because of that, they should be back up in the top here, especially since, you know, a lot of their competition that is up there, like Turkey, got eliminated pretty early on. Obviously, a good hold there from 1 to get the placements down. But with that being said, with a round like that, moving into the next map, I can see these teams are going to have to play a lot more aggressively for just picking up as many points as they can, especially if you're in the lower bracket. If you're Norway, Hungary, or anyone else of the like Macedonia or Montenegro, pick up the pace. and start running it down if you want to start getting these kills, because placement elims, unfortunately, you guys are the first to go down a few times now. So what we'll do is we'll go to a quick break, and we will be right back with, of course, not only a scoreboard, but a game 5 for everybody.
See you soon.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
one purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back, everybody, to the International Esports Federation PUBG Mobile EU qualifiers for the World Esports Championships. My name is Bigfoot, and I'm here joined with Edu. How's it going, buddy?
It's going well. Honestly, I'm happy to be here. Happy to be in map 5 now of 6. So much to watch, and so much has been seen so far. So I'm pretty excited to see what we're going to be looking at into next year. But what are your thoughts moving into the scoreboard and moving into Game 5?
We've had a different chicken dinner every time so far, so we haven't seen like a solid chicken dinner, like more than one chicken dinner from any team yet. So that would be Turkey, Ukraine, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, I think. And we did last game, before this previous game, leave Turkey at the first place, but moving forward, I think it might have been upset a little bit. And Turkey unfortunately had that one player, Silas, hanging out in that church for so long. And he made his way to the rooftop and got taken out by a grenade, leaving Turkey in 7th place, and that has pushed them down to 3rd place in the leaderboard, with Serbia moving ahead, 3 points ahead. But Ukraine, although they didn't manage to get a second chicken dinner, and they were about 3rd or 4th in that last match, they still managed to maintain that first place placement that they took after the first map. So they're looking strong moving forward. Last year's champions, might I add.
Yeah, last year's champions and this year's dominators. Currently 20 placement points, 32 kills. The only team that actually has more kills than them is currently Serbia at 33, which I'm shocked by. Serbia has been taking it very methodical. I think that their playstyle has been incredibly reliant on catching people on the flanks, catching people on the background. So little things like that definitely are a matter of fact of that. So let's see what they can do now that we are going to be watching this continue forward. But which teams should we be looking out for at the right side, the bottom of the bracket, the people that haven't been having it nice?
Unfortunately, it is looking for the majority of the places 8 to 15 extremely difficult to catch up. They're going to have an extremely high performance to make it forward. We've seen some good survival from North Macedonia. Croatia have been all right at getting some of the kills. They're the highest kill point on the right-hand side. So if obviously Croatia leading that right-hand side, and with the high kill points, they are looking like the most likely to jump forward. But right now, it really is between these top 4 teams, you know, Turkey, Ukraine, Armenia, and Azerbaijan.
Yeah, it's all about these teams. It's all about how these guys are going to be able to answer to jump in and do this damage. But honestly, what I've seen from these guys is Ukraine is the main threat in the lobby. It's the people that if you see them, you're going to want to take your time, because if you try to fight them for too long, you're going to get flanked. You know, they know how to stay alive, and they know how to get aggressive when they need to. So the second they see another team going on you, you're dead. It's the little things like that that really add up into why this game is going to get even more heated on the next map, a desert map, a map that has very little coverage. So little things like this could be the GG no go next kind of momentum for these lower teams. But these lower teams aren't knocked out yet, okay? I'm still rooting for you, Hungary. You might be able to bring it back.
They've had some opportunities, and unfortunately, they couldn't quite grasp them. Whereas teams like Ukraine and Turkey, they've managed to take those opportunities with force. You know, really, really strong pushes, aggressions. At the end there, Ukraine doing some excellent 1v1 work, but getting taken out and putting down a 3rd place or so. Just failing at that last little minute to get that second chicken dinner, but extremely close, you know, and so much potential for them to take the top spot. And I think no matter what happens, Ukraine will be making it to the World Esports Championship finals. They look pretty solid, and if they get knocked down at all, I can't see them going too much further than 3rd place. And so it's going to be interesting to see how Turkey and Serbia, who can secure that spot as well, because as these teams that are just in 4th, 5th, if they manage to get chicken dinners, it's going to really start upsetting top 3 that we're sitting with right now.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of an upset here. These guys know how to play it. They know what to do. And with some real dubs that these guys need to take, it could be an issue for these players. But I'm looking at the teams that are in maybe 6th through 4th place. Those guys are the main concern of Ukraine. Those guys they have to try to shut down, or tomorrow those teams can easily bounce back on them. Obviously, it's just day 1 here, and we have 12 games in total. We've played out 4. Here comes the 5th, and so much is on the way. So if Ukraine is going to be concerned about anything, it's going to be about the fact that some teams are close to them, like Serbia in kills, and like other teams that have been so consistent. For example, Turkey.
Yeah, and we touched on sports psychology a little bit earlier. It's going to take quite a lot of dedication and stamina to get through 12 games in a row and still maintain that momentum. And you never know, we might see some late blue, some teams that pop out when other teams start to get tired towards them as we go through the maps tomorrow.
Yeah, and as these guys are going to be moving forward in these maps, it's just about how they actually do the damage. But we're going to be moving forward soon with, of course, map 5. This is a desert map. This is a place with no water, so let's see who's thirsty to win it. Of course, I'm excited to see how this is going to get started, and the first thing I want to know is, where are these guys dropping?
Yeah, we saw the last time we were in Miramar, they managed to spread out the drop completely, so there was no double drops again. But that previous Erangel map was actually the first time we saw drop fights. We saw one player almost run over another player, but run away the minute they managed to pick up a gun. And then there was also some early fights with like M4s and stuff, people that were lucky enough to grab them straight off the ground, getting some early kills there. But we only lost a couple players before we headed into that normal sort of peaceful sort of first zone time. And as we head into the map now, we're going to have a little look at the flight path, and we'll see. It's very southerly. So there was actually teams favouring El Azahar, Hacienda del Patron, La Cobreria, and also there was the little water bit there at the top. We saw one team land there, but they won't be able to reach it this time. And that spring going to be left alone. We might see a Los Higos. We didn't see that last map, so someone taking down that Los Higos area should be quite quiet for them. But so many teams have dropped out early. Maybe some of them are going north, and hopefully they'll be able to find some spread. Otherwise, we're going to get some chaos for some of these players as they land.
Yeah, and let's see. Can we see the chaos? Can we see them flow it out? As of course we are seeing a very quick drop, and the problem with these drops is that this is probably the most southern we've ever seen it so far today. So the fights might start very soon. As I'm looking forward to what we are seeing from players like Morphe Boy, very southern boy, and also Ukraine. They hot dropped it. They're already at Puerto Paraiso. So it's little things like that that could be an issue.
Yeah, really, really hot drop on that southeast edge. Puerto Paraiso people, looks like they've managed to keep it a little bit quiet, but there's two teams just north of them. Ukraine managed to find themselves very, very quiet drop. So that's going to play into their favor as they loot up. And yeah, I think that's... So it's Ukraine that managed to land in Puerto Paraiso by themselves, but just north of them towards Impala, I think I'd sort of see two teams. And what is Bora doing in the middle of the desert here? There's no loot for Bora. Just there is a vehicle there, so I mean, I pray the Bora can find something before coming across an enemy team. There's a compound just there as well, so grab that bike, get to the compound, and at least start getting your loot together. And that'll be off to a bit of a slow start for Bosnia and Herzegovina, but at least they've got a start, and they're not just on foot. That vehicle saving them.
Yeah, Bosnia here. Surprising drop, to say the least. I mean, they are so far away from anything that is going to be a little bit of an issue. Now, we look at Turkey. We saw what Grays was doing last game. They were able to get a ton of damage before their team was finally taken down, but little picks make the man and make the plays here as they're running it down. And I think what Armenia needs to do is gather as many vehicles as possible. They've already managed to get one, but wait a second. Georgia, they haven't even landed yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. You pull your parachute straight away and you just get as far away from that flight path as you can. And yeah, haven't even landed next to loot, a couple of them, so they're still going to be yet to get some loot. Kelsey here, loot up a little bit. Might want to get a better helmet before moving forward. Raze hasn't got any armor yet, but Hamzi does. And yeah, Turkey looking pretty relaxed as they loot up. No early fight for them. This is a good loot spot as well, so Armenia making a good choice here. You'll see this team walking out of this area with a pretty solid loot. That El Pozo area can be quite chaotic in public matches, but again, these teams have managed to avoid each other in this drop.
They have. They've managed to do a decent amount of time just splitting themselves up, but with how that ring is formed, I want to know, where is this going to be forcing these players? Of course, we did see that the drop path forced them southbound, but that ring can absolutely counter that and see where these players are now going to have to go, as the circle is going to start to close soon.
We can see, I think Bosnia about a kilometer away from the circle. They've got a little bit of a way to go. Serbia right on the edge. Could be an excellent spot to get some kills. If there's some more teams coming in from the back. We'll take a look at the full map in a second, and we'll be able to see exactly where this circle is. I'm going to pressure these players because they spread out so much in the landing zone, and the circle can really dictate what happens next for them. Everyone's trying to get those vehicles as well. You know, it's an important map to have those.
Yeah, with no coverage, you got to make it mobile. You got to bring it with you.
Hamzi's still on foot, though, but looking pretty comfortable. UMP, M4, and there's the circle. We do see it lands pretty comfortably close to the flight path, but everyone on the eastern side will have to move in. That's like 4 teams down that eastern corner. There's a couple on the western side as well.
Yeah, pretty exciting to see what they can do, but looking at Hamzi, looking at these players, it should be pretty tough. They are in the circle, I believe, so that's not going to have any issues for this one. But looking at Ukraine, they're not in the circle. They're in Puerto, so they got a lot to move. They're in the port, and they're going to have to just deport as fast as possible if they want to make it in and not have to introduce themselves to some enemies. That's the biggest problem, but it's Ukraine. Am I concerned that they're going to actually have an issue going into a group of maybe 2 or 3 teams? Absolutely not.
Always feels so peaceful at this point in time. And you just know once this rotation is forced, especially on that eastern side, there's going to be something happening. Unless they all manage to somewhat take a different edge, but they did seem really close on the map there. level 3 helmet and level 3 armor for Chapov. So Chapov's got pretty lucky in this early looting stage. Mini 14 and AK as well. The guns are there. Could be a really good start.
Absolutely. Let's see how good of a start this can get, though, as we do see Rex Poku with the rest of their team just trying to now collect with each other, because surprisingly, we're not seeing Spain play together. I'm not sure where the rest of his team is right now.
I mean, I can hear it. Oh, so that was the next shot. Yeah, so this is Turkey together. Going to group up a vehicle each, it looks like. Hamzi is still on foot, but now they've got 3 vehicles. What? Definitely a map where you want a vehicle each, if possible, at all times. You end up in the middle of Miramar and all your vehicles gone. Chances are your life will be gone too. Oh, just see Kesposlav have a pretty bad crash. Luckily, the monster truck rights itself, and he will be coming down. It was a close one. I think compared to the buggy, it's definitely got a better chance of flipping over. Cuzzy here on some high ground, taking a look at a scout around. Has spied a couple players. It's great to have that info. Probably going to maintain trigger discipline for now until a more opportune moment to strike. But the information is there. Let's see if Albania start to bring in that aggression, because it's definitely a team that could do with bringing up their kills.
Oh, God. You're talking about bringing up kills. They can't even. Oh no! Don't add to the pile.
No, he's saving him. Just a little nudge. Just a little nudge, and then they both end up upside down.
Oh, and nope, the wheels are stuck.
Oh,
Wheel
poor
is stuck.
Cuzzy.
Well, it's okay. They'll find a new one.
Silas. Unfortunately, last game, you know, Silas could have really kept Turkey in first place if he just stayed alive for another few minutes, but didn't manage to. Got hit off by that grenade on top of the hill, and Ryzen in a pretty awkward spot as he sends a spray down. So Hungary are in last place right now. It's not good for them to lose this player. They do want to get some points on the board. There we go. At least finishing them off with a vehicle explosion.
And that was actually one of the better Hungarian players. That's someone who we've seen many, many times get some frags for their team, or at least get some knockdowns anyways. So having them gone already as the first person in the entire lobby tells you a little bit about where this direction is moving, and hopefully where these guys can keep it going. Now, I do see that care package will be able to be dropped in front of some players that definitely need it. In this map, if there's a decent gun in that, they should be fine. But what is going to be looted, and we'll have to figure out next time.
They definitely have got level 3 armor, level 3 helmet. Just a matter of what gun they manage to pick up. We might see in a second if we see their armory on the player, but I don't see it. Still stuck to a mini 14. I mean, a lot of people don't even take the guns, you know.
Yeah.
Some people just leave, even leave the Groza behind, because they just prefer the familiarity of the recoil of the M4. And even though the Groza does much bigger damage, especially close range, it's just once you hit long range, you know, you got a completely different recoil, and stick to what's familiar for the win sometimes.
It definitely comes down to it. But I will say right now, Albania being close to it has given them a little bit of a boost. They have decent loot. They got nice armor, nice helmets, and hopefully they keep that momentum going. But looking more so now into this round, as of course we're seeing the circle finally start doing its first ticks of damage.
Talking about Spain being split up, and we do see Salazar on their own pretty much again. They're quite far behind. They're in 9th place, and 4 points behind Croatia in 8th. That's just, we'll see Salazar joining the team, so that split will finally finish. And hopefully, as a 4-man squad, they can move into the circle and do some damage, get themselves a little further in this leaderboard. Oh, okay. So Turkey on this high ground with a team rotating right underneath them. A little bit too far from our radar to see who it is just yet.
There we go. Arrow now here for it, trying to rotate with the team as Croatia is working to get grouped up and maybe push together.
Oh, it's Norway underneath Turkey. Oh dear.
Oh.
No, Raze definitely has the info of where they are. I can't see any health hit off either team just yet. Maybe Mimo took a tiny little tap off Raze. If Silas can reposition, it might not take much more than these two players to wipe Norway out.
I like the positioning from Montenegro. They have been able to just be alone for a while, so loot is looking nice. They got so much utility. 3 nades, 4 smokes, mollies, enough heals to make sure that their team isn't going down. But talk about going down, Georgia managing to get the high ground onto 1, but this mountain is going to be a lot of a hot spot here. See how this nade can actually play out here if they are going to pop it. But nope, backing it up as your team's not with you, apparently.
Yeah, I think Wizard actually has the highest point on the entire map. I think that top of that rock might be. And this rock that Lassifar is leaving is second highest to that. And they're going to retreat from that fight. Maybe he was aware there was a couple of players down below and it might get a bit tricky. And, you know, taking that rotation ahead the fight, especially when this circle is closing in, is definitely the right call to make. Making a retreat now. Bosnia and Herzegovina, cracking AAA. Parking up the buggy in a nice little safe house for now. They're within the zone, the 3rd zone. There is a box over there. Could be worth getting. Do you see Kraken already has that level 3 helmet? Maybe wants a bit of a better gun as well.
Here we go. Hungary now fighting some fights. Hungary versus Montenegro. If there's a fight that Hungary can take, I bet it would be this one as they're working together to push in. But wait, are they getting shot from behind or are they just getting shot in general? And look at that. What is that car? Jesus Christ. But
it's a kitty cat.
That is a fuzzy
kitty
bus.
Cat van.
Ooh, Montenegro actually is down there because of Narcs.
Goodbye, Rika Vela. Naren's getting that finish. So Hungary is getting some points on the board. That's just 1 so far, though. They need a little bit more than that to move out of last place, I think.
Here we go. Ooh, good smoke. Should be able to allow this team to start pushing up. See, smokes are double-edged because they say, hey, I'm right here. And they also say, I can't see you. Yeah.
Hey, I'm here, but where am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see some nasty kills through smokes in all sorts of games. You know, it's not PUBG. You got, Valorant, CSGO. So those smoke kills are always so satisfying to see, and so much more satisfying to get yourself. Suro God, oh no. Fall to basic. That's Hungary getting another kill on the board. We're saying they need more to start placing. At least they're getting some. See if they can get a higher positioning as well. Maybe this kitty cat van is going to give them some luck as they spray down onto Klasa in heaven as well. Montenegro trapped in that compound, but it is inside the circle, so they'll be comfortable for a little bit while longer. But there we go. Klasa taken down.
There we go now. Hungary, they're doing such a good job. Basic ready for more, but look at this. From the counter, it's Montenegro. Unable to actually finish off that player. They're still standing and allows Basic to just push up. They're completely distracted. This is insane. Basic's ready to try to finish this off, but where are these players? Looks like he's looking to refuel something before he gets back in there.
Basic did that aggressive push, man, and that's like exactly what you need to start getting points on the board. However, having the rest of the team with you could be a lot healthier, you know. I'm a bit scared for him right now, especially with Turkey looking down as well, and it would be nice to see the rest of the Hungarian team push up. But as I say that, Bob Huster takes down the ranks. I think the ranks is about to get finished off. No, very low, not quite finished. Now's the time for Basic to strike and upset this balance.
Basic will upset this, but over by these mountains, you got Turkey doing the damage and holding it down. That fight with Hungary has not ended. These Hungarians are ready to be gearing for more, but no, it's actually Hustle. He's come behind and he's finished off the Hungarian team. Algeria just coming in for some damage.
Hamzi was taken down, but it was on the ridge of a mountain, so this rev will come in from Kalsi. Turkey are kind of surrounded, at least in the long range, by teams right now, and they've got to pick their fight and might want to reposition soon, but currently their position in the circle is reasonably comfortable. I'm just not really liking the lack of cover, because there's teams all around them. 2-2 split can deal with that scenario quite well, though, you know, preventing each of the other halves of the squad from getting taken out. Spain spraying down onto Ukraine. Can the first place in the leaderboard survive this situation?
There we go. Moldova, I like their positioning, but they're getting pushed down on right now. This nade has to come up pretty big, or else they will get just taken out one at a time. For once, we're seeing Norway get aggressive with it. That smoke helps out with a little bit of a one-way. Makes it so you can't really peek them too well. Moldova, they're just hiding high up here.
Excellent use of the FPP switch as well. Definitely my favorite update in PUBG ever was when they added FPP to TPP for these close case situations just like that. But Basic, it doesn't work. No, it does work as the team comes in, and now Basic gets the rev off. The Hungary team showing excellent cohesion, and they'll probably be able to move forward from last place. But the people who are just ahead of them, Norway, are also... Keep the momentum moving. We got audio back. Let's just give us a couple more seconds and we'll have visuals, and we'll come straight back to you. See if Turkey are still alive on top of that hill. They were surrounded. See if Ukraine survived that push towards Spain. Does look like Norway are still alive. All four Ukraine players are standing. I don't see Spain, so maybe Ukraine came out on top of that, but there's 3 Turkish players on the high ground as well.
There we go. That's a little bit of damage. Should be cutting it down. Moldova. Still in this box. Still boxed in by this team. Unfortunately, Norway is just taking pot shots, but there's only 2 players of Norway left, as this circle is going to encroach them, forcing more players into this area. I know that we have a whole team behind waiting for a real push up here, but Serbia taking some hits, taking some damage. Basic, the Hungarians on the very edge of this map, could have an issue with this circle closing them.
Yeah, there's some dead bodies on the northwest side of the circle. People struggling even to make it into the next zone. Turkey just looking so comfortable on the high ground. Circle closing in around them. Hungary is eliminated with 4 elims, so that is actually a chance for Norway to keep ahead of them.
Hungary got eliminated to the zone.
Oh dear. I mean, that was Norway on Sanhok. A couple of them died down at the zone, taking it too slow, making their way in. But I'm pretty sure Hungary were held back there. There wasn't much they could do. Getting very intense in this central area. Ukraine, nice position in trying to pick off some kills. I'm surprised that Turkey haven't managed to find an angle for Ukraine so far. They must just be out of sight. Yeah, I guess Turkey have got to make this rotation round the rocks to get above Ukraine. I'm not sure if it's their priority right now. They have actually got an angle on Wizard and his friend, so that might be the play for now.
Might be the play. Let's see if they can actually hold it down. Azerbaijan. This is a team that's been very consistent in hitting these shots. Might be able to find Bosnia out in a bad position, and it looks like actually Trent is going to find out some players. Macedonia now down, but Bosnia, they are getting just completely swarmed here by Turkey. They're managing to take some, but wow, that it was fast. But wait a second. Turkey is also here with Azerbaijan. Everybody's just taking some damage right now.
Yeah, it's pretty intense for such a wide circle on Miramar. It just seems to be one of those areas of the map where you see everyone, and no matter where you shoot, you're going to draw attention from another angle. North Macedonia lose 1 player. Chapov and Fakika going to be able to move in a little bit further. We've got Ted and Trent as well on a 2-2 split with the other half of the team. Still 4 players standing for Georgia also. They've got 3 kills so far. 12 teams remaining. This could be a chance for them to move forward. They are on the left-hand side of that leaderboard we were looking at. So they're in 7th place. 19 kills. It is possible for them to shoot forward if they can keep alive. Chapov does fall. Gets finished by Kelsey. North Macedonia eliminated. That will Silas with the finishing kill. Turkey getting more kills on the board. So no matter where they land in placement points, they have managed to get a good amount of kills so far.
And let's see if these good amount of kills can keep them going. 11 teams are remaining, 33 players left, as this is now going to be just 1 round out of 6 that needs to be won by some of these players. But, oh, look at that. I love the setup we have here from Kelsey. This sniper, 8 times scope. They can sit on this mountain as long as they want.
Yeah, and they got really lucky with the zone. You know, the high ground bit closed around them. The SLR doesn't do like heaps of damage, but it can be good if you can land a few shots in a row. It's nowhere near like a bolt, and it's not as good a reset as the Mini 14. Having that scope, having that sniper, crucial considering the high ground and the zone closing around him.
Let's see this now. Trent takes out 1 more player before... We got Silas actually doing some damage. And what a shot coming out from Wizard. Everybody's just falling 1 step at a time. These battles are flowing hard, but let's see if the damage is hardly flowing.
Hamzy as well. Turkey just seemed to be so lucky with the zone. Where Silas couldn't quite make the most of his zone luck last game. It looks like the whole team together are definitely making the most of their zone luck this game. And Ukraine have got this very, very awkward rocky push up to them. Azerbaijan eliminated. Will be Aero getting that final kill. Is there even a route up this rock? Like, you really have to know the map to know your way around these rocks. And I think there is a route all the way around and up. About to pull up on Wizard. Silas just above. Can Silas wipe an entire Ukraine squad, or will they get the switch on him?
Here we go. Pushing up, trying to find these picks. And of course, there's only 1 player on the top of this mountain. Kelsey, his teammate Hamzy, is at the very bottom. 2v4 with Ukraine being the aggressors. This could be an issue, and they know. But first, they have to get through Armenia.
Wow, Armenia could actually be saving Turkey in this situation with this early nade damage.
Yep, Kuzi is going to get Albania picked, though, and that is not going to be the best here for him. But, of course, Armenia still standing. Well, we do actually see another player from Turkey merge in to try to help out. From the other side is right above Madness here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It depends who picks what fight right now as to what happens. There's so much chaos. Silas not picking a fight just yet. I think you can just listen to those shots off and know that the people are distracted and just take these occasional little peeks and see if it's time to enter the fight yet or not. And if the zone isn't closing around them, they do need to consider the rotations as well. But so far, looks like Turkey's still on the edge. Serbia having to smoke up on the other side of the map, getting that res in. Mela, Z999. Making rotation with the van. The van's a really good cover, but not the best in this rocky, like, rough terrain. Some of these teams might actually get stuck at the bottom of some rocks, you know. It's not rust, there's no ladders. You just get, if you're at the bottom of the rock and you can't move, you can't move. Lassifert taken down by Aero from long range. That's Croatia getting another knock. At the point on the board, I think the Rev might come through.
I'll see this now. Croatia in a decent position, but down 2 players. This could be a problem if they don't find maybe a pick to level these enemies out, as they're really close to some of the players here for another side of this team, and Georgia knows about that. So if Georgia knows that there's people that have to push them soon, they're just going to hold it.
I'm so surprised Turkey's split. They've managed to survive being split up for so long. Each solo player just managed to take the easy fights that didn't threaten their life too much. Kes Pozlav now making a rush in to the Norwegian team. And as Vettel shows their body through the smoke. He will get one, and a spray through the smoke from Kasposlav will eliminate. Absolutely terrible luck for the Norwegian player last standing there. Just taken out blind through the smoke.
Yeah, and unfortunately, now we're seeing more teams go down. Moldova taken down here yet again by, this time, Turkey, who's been up on this mountain and sniping with pot shots. It's Kelsey who's really helping. Turkey right now, I believe, has about 9 defeats here. 11? They have 11.
10, 11, wow. And honestly, they're looking like they might make it to the top placements as well. Still got this high ground, still got the zone. Silas still got a buggy. I think they're looking good. I would love to see what util they've got as they move into this final circle, but no, Hamzi out in the open, but Kelsey with the SLR protects by taking down Lassifer. Absolutely amazing timing, and this is when the split works out, when you can protect your team's other angles, protect them from getting flanked or surprised. I mean, Lassifer will get standing back up in just any second by Asterix Rev, but still, excellent teamwork from Turkey. They really know how to split themselves up on this high ground.
They know what they're doing. They might just be able to do it. These guys are looking clean, and this high ground is very tough to get up to without a dune buggy, which unfortunately is only in the possession of Turkey. So they have set themselves up, and they might just be able to take this game unless some players like Ukraine can actually stop them here. But Hamsi is bringing this. If they manage to bring a bus up to where they're at, they're going to be unkillable.
Silas got Lassifer, but now Asterix strikes back, taking Silas down. It's looking like Hamzi will get the rev. And it looks like it probably will be Lassifer standing back up with another rev, but that must be his armor, his meds starting to seriously run out.
Ooh, triple old boy going down after using a nade to take out one. Ukraine already down one player. It's just going to be up to Havlik and Tulika to really seal the deal. But with a nade like that and the damage being thrown, Serbia falls. A big team.
There they were in second place. They were hot on the tail of Ukraine. They managed to overtake Turkey, but the rate that Turkey are going in this match looks like they might place, if not the third place, straight back. BX Madness almost getting a knock until it's stolen by Wizard. Actually, that's not a steal. It is the same team, but still. Lassifer shoots down Aero. Tren gets Abela. Croatia are now eliminated. That will be Lassifer finishing them off, and Asterix 2. What could Madness do? Right above Ukraine. Ukraine are just hiding in smokes by the rocks. Georgia are just hiding in a box. Turkey are running around like man.
Wow. Let's see it. Now, the new ring. Where's it going to force these players to be? We'll find out in 5 seconds, but let's find out who.
Standing 13. Standing at this as Georgia get eliminated.
Outside of Kelsey being up there,
who's a team that was the first team to be eliminated. 2 more kills for Ukraine. This high.
Did they just 1v5 the entire game? That's some crazy stuff there. Jesus. Okay.
Oh my days.
They did everything.
Wow.
Okay. Okay, well, now we know who the real threat in this lobby is. It's one player named by Kelsey on the team of Turkey, and you said to look out for them at the start, and I'm glad it wasn't a caster curse, but a caster bless. Bigfoot, how'd you feel about that game? I mean, I'm now at a loss for words.
Turkey's reputation in PUBG, man, it's just it doesn't fail itself, does it? I mean, they get put on every time they get put on the back foot. They just stomp forward with aggression, and I have to say it, zone luck. Like, that's 2 games where they've got pretty good zone luck. Unfortunately, last game Silas couldn't make the most of it, but this game, I mean, how many kills? We'll find out in a bit, but I think it might have been the first round where a team got 20 kills.
Yeah, honestly, they were at 11 before the final 2 rings, so they were racking those up, and Kelsey got, I think, 5 at the last ring individually. So little picks like that is just insane. So honestly, an amazing job from that team. You can tell, you know, if they're not first, they're last though with Turkey, as we saw Ukraine take them out early in game 1. From being the first team eliminated all the way to winning now 2 in this series is kind of crazy to me. But we do have a 6th game ready to go here soon. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit more about where these standings can. And before this game, give us another rundown of those scoreboards here.
Well, Turkey were 6 points behind Ukraine. So I'm fairly sure off the back of that, they'll take first place with this leaderboard again. They've managed to get that chicken dinner. I think they got 20 kills, so we might be looking at Turkey shooting ahead to 76 points. Ukraine, they came third or fourth place, and they had a few kills. So, you know, that could leave Turkey really, really powerfully ahead. And it's going to be pretty hard to catch up by the end of the night for some of these teams. But again, we do have 6 more.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
one purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
And welcome back, everybody. It is the end of the day and the final game of today here at the IESF World Champion Europe Qualifiers. I, of course, am Edu, joined by the biggest of people, Bigfoot. Bigfoot, how you feeling today?
Honestly, mate, I actually feel really, really nice. It's been great to get back. Actually missed it. I got distracted with casting other games, and I think after today, I'm going to try and get straight back into PUBG Mobile. I forgot just how exciting it is. And in these long form matches as well, where you've got, 6, 12 games and chicken dinner points, it can be anyone's game. Someone tomorrow from that bottom half could still shoot forward, have the day of their lives, and knock all 3 or 4 or 5 of our top teams out the running and come out first. Honestly, I can't see it happening just from what we've seen tonight. Our top 5 teams are our top 5 teams, but you never know.
Yeah, these guys definitely know how to be in the seed, and they have been planted very firmly at the top. So with that in mind, this is the final round, the 6th one of the day. This is where if a team were to make a comeback, it'd have to start now. You can't let these teams at the top right now stay at the top all the way throughout the day, or it's almost guaranteed that they will stay there, especially teams like Turkey and Ukraine. If Ukraine and Turkey were to perform poorly tomorrow, based on how they played today, unless a team went absolutely insane, and the team being like Serbia, Croatia, or maybe even Azerbaijan, those would be the teams that you'd be on the roster for a very capable comeback. But the teams in the bottom seed, you're going to have to get a maybe 15 kill game consistently for the next 4 or 5 matches if you want to catch up.
So we're going to shoot over to the leaderboard now, and we will see exactly just how far Turkey managed to shoot ahead with their second chicken dinner and I'll compare it to the last photo I took and see if it was in fact over 20 kills, because I think it might have been. Wow, 75. I think I said 76, so that was not a bad guess, but they're 11 points ahead of Ukraine now, and last game they were actually 6 points behind, so that's a big jump forward. So they were sitting on 29 kills. Okay, they were 1 point shy. Yeah, 1 point shy. Just insane. Anyone that gets anywhere near 20, forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and I do feel like Norway's strategy has definitely kept them away from being in last place, considering they have the least amount of defeats in the entire tournament right now by a decent margin here. Same with Montenegro, and yet Hungary, because they're sometimes the first team to go down, unfortunately Hungary did have a round where they could not play, as one of them was taken down due to connectivity issues. Little things like that add up over time. So let's see what they can do now as we are jumping into this next game here. Azerbaijan in 5th, Armenia in 4th, Serbia in 3rd, Ukraine sitting handedly at 2, and Turkey leading the charge at 1. So that is your top 5 of the day. And let's see if it's going to stay that way as we are jumping straight into the next and final matchup here. Now, let's see what can happen here, but I gotta ask you, Bigfoot, last map, new cars, new strats. You watched it for the first time in a while, so I gotta ask you, what is your anticipation regarding how it is going to be dealt with now that these teams have competed against each other on this map once before?
I think someone should land in boot camp and contest Hungary for boot camp. Like, yeah. Hungary just walked out for free with all the boot camp loot last game. Very surprised no one else landed there. That little double landing we had in the compound between boot camp and the rotation that's actually so common, the little bridge compound over the hill from boot camp. There was we were both saying those 8 players could have been taken out by Hungary, putting them a little bit further forward. And they didn't manage to capitalize on that, and they are still in last place. That was their one chance to grasp the steering wheel and take momentum, unfortunately, that I've seen tonight. And in last place, it's going to be nigh on impossible to take up into the top 3. So it really is about Turkey, Ukraine, Serbia, Armenia, possibly Azerbaijan and Albania. Definitely possible for them to jump forward. And yeah, I think Turkey might start playing it slow again. They seem to be quite adaptable, right? So when they're on the back foot, they push very aggressively to secure points. Now there's so many points ahead, I'd expect their tactic will be slow it down, make it to the last circle, and get what they can.
Yeah, and let's hope that they are going to be able to get what they can and walk away with only W's here, as this is going to be pretty tough. This is going to be a round that matters a lot about, honestly, just where these lower bracket players can end up. I know that Ukraine and Turkey are going to play beautifully tomorrow. So the people below them, the people in the 6 and up, are going to have to prove themselves to be at a position where they're not going to get taken down as easily tomorrow as they are right now. So Hungary, if you do say that they get boot camp again 100% free, if they start getting aggressive with that benefit of having all of the loot in the world, they might actually start gearing themselves higher and higher. Obviously, there's a lot to see here, but looks like we're jumping in.
I think it might not be too much of a stretch to say we're looking at Turkey and Ukraine as the most likely to move forward in that top 3, and maybe it is just a fight for that 3rd team to qualify now. I mean, yes, Turkey and Ukraine can still be knocked out tomorrow, but they've been so strong tonight in the games that we're seeing. It might just be between Serbia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, possibly even Georgia to take that 3rd spot. Flight path straight down the middle, straight over the top of boot camp. Does look like it is actually, yeah, it's going to be Hungary.
Getting it for free.
Getting it for free, yeah.
Wow. Good positioning, too, right in the middle. They should be able to have a lot of rotations here. Now, this map is very hilly. There's a lot of angles that you have high ground into buildings, buildings into water. So let's see if that's going to be the case here again. As we saw the last time these teammates were all together and all at once, there was a lot of just layers to this game.
Okay, we do have a double drop finally, so we should probably stick around with these guys and see what happens between Georgia and who else is it here? I think it's Montenegro.
Yes, it is.
On top of each other. No helmet for Lasafara.
They are
very slim
so
pickings.
aggressive.
Yeah, and everyone's just got the slimmest of loot pickings to enter into this fight. They're so close to each other. Sometimes we'll see them push it towards each other. We might see them pushing back. Looks like Zushti is getting the information whilst trying to pick up more loot. They're trying to secure those weapons before making the push in, possibly, but it's not actually too rare to see a team just run away from this kind of...
Yeah, let's hope that they don't run away yet. I want to see some more action. I know that Montenegro, they need to get higher rank than Georgia, so holding this down and taking them out early could be the strat here. Obviously, sitting and waiting to have these enemies push you, though, you're not looting right now. So low on ammo, low on powerful weaponry. I'm not sure which team is actually going to be taking out on top. It depends strictly on how Montenegro plays this out.
Yeah, it looks like both teams have looted up and have waited for the push from the opposing team. We have Lassafar making a run, maybe just to go grab a helmet and scout the retreat. If anyone's going to run away, it's probably Georgia, considering they've already made that push back. Montenegro just holding it down, waiting for a push, and Norway with an early net. Norway getting some early kills is a good look for them.
Yeah, let's see if they can finish this player off. And yes, that is going to be first blood going to Vital. Living up to his name. That's exactly what his team needed to do if they wanted to keep this going. And here we have Heaven holding the same angle as he has before. So Montenegro, incredibly passive here.
Yeah, so passive. And this is one of the reasons I used to prefer FPP. You couldn't quite play as passive as this. But the dominating mode for tournament play has always been TPP. And that's what we're in. Look at them. Look at this sneaky, just watching over the top. And that's something you can't do in FPP. But yeah, on PC it became the dominating mode, but on mobile it was always TP. Little nade coming out from Asterix. Not going to come out, actually.
He has his team with him. He has the ability to hold it, but talking about things to hold, looks like their teammate was... Why were they in the water?
Yeah, that's a story I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, what are
maybe
they,
fell out the boat.
Here?
Could have maybe fallen out the boat, but yeah, going in for this boat rotation definitely keeps you out of trouble. But last time we were on Sanhok, we did see players coming in from the shore into absolute chaos, and it didn't actually work out for a few of those swimming squads. Over here, we do have Ukraine looting up temple.
Let's see this now.
Ruins.
Ukraine looting up, splitting off, searching for clues. Montenegro finally moving away, but Georgia's going to take advantage of that. And this angle that we saw Laster get to get them from the side, forcing them into each other. This is going to be the first and earliest fight we've seen today. There's one. Random. Might be able to pick his buddy up. That's so risky. And he's down as well. Decent headshot.
Yes, 12K going in for the finish. And it will, yeah. Wow. And they did that with only 3 players as well. We got Lassaf on the hill, miles away, just chilling, doing his own thing. While the 3 Georgia players get a full team wipe. Moldova still in the water making this rotation. Looking for a place to land in the edge of the circle. Ah, this could be smart. They're heading north, and you know, the northern hug on Sanhok is one of the most powerful tactics in my opinion. So if they've got their loot and they're heading around to the north side of the map, especially considering there wasn't too many people landed on the north, they might be pretty comfortable moving forward. But now we see Serbia with Norway in the sights. Trigger discipline looking good so far. When is the time to strike? Vital and Meta moving forward as well in the open space. Did Biscay see them or not? Because that could have been an easy knock.
Definitely can be an easy knock here, as we are seeing them hold it down, hold what they can. Biscay waiting for his team to rotate over to him because he's alone right now. So that's why we see that trigger discipline. There's nobody on the minimap close enough to him for a real entry point.
Oh, there we go. Entech is about to fall.
There it is.
And get finished straight away. Serbia with an excellent surprise attack onto Entech. Now Norway down to only 3 players, and they're kind of trapped in that compound now.
trapped. Damage being thrown out, but this guy finally has his team on the flank behind them, just being able to help him out. But look at this. It could be Ukraine ready to try to hit on this. They love getting in on the action.
Yeah, well, we talked about Turkey possibly calming down with the kills, but now Ukraine, it's their turn to ramp it up and up. The 19 kills from Turkey shot them so far ahead. Ukraine are going to try and finish the day on a high note. Gap a little bit more. You know, if they really want to close it tonight and come out first, they're going to need a chicken dinner and a handful of kills themselves. Guess Norway are going to rotate the opposite direction now they've seen that damage.
All right, let's see this now. Moldova. They need to now move over as, oh my god, if you're southbound, you are not happy about this position. So far away. Poku and Morphe, I don't think could be any farther from this ring.
Yeah, and that boat rotation from Moldova looking extremely good idea. And with that circle shifting so far north, they've got such a unique spot that no one will really expect. And they're going to probably play it slow and just let people come to them. That is Havlik down, though. Ukraine, desperate to catch up with Turkey, now being picked apart by Turkey themselves.
Ooh, movement on the car. North Macedonia might be able to find one on Turkey.
Wow. Silas trying to make the push, but not quite getting away with it. North Macedonia saving Ukraine's life and actually stealing the kill from Turkey there.
Smart play. Honestly, taking him down, that's a big player to not have anymore, and you get the point. And unfortunately for the Turkish team, they will be able to grab one, but that is going to be one down. Kelsey here. Look at that recoil control. Jeez, that is nearly perfect. Dang, they got a whole fancy garage over there.
Yeah. So North Macedonia in 10th place. So I mean, though stealing that Turkish kill and getting an extra point for themselves, it's still going to be hard for them to catch up to anywhere near those two teams. Surogod and Wizard sprayed down as they make a push towards a compound they did not know was inhabited by Ukraine. Triple Old Boy and his buddy there getting some excellent shots. And now Turkey drive passes. This time for Ukraine to strike back. Some shots into the car, but it won't be enough. The car's just too fast and making too far into the distance. But Turkey also look like they might be putting up on another squad. It's Moldova. Team that made the rotation in the boat.
See this here now. They've rotated over, but right into a team that you don't want to be in the opposite end of. Let's see what Turkey can do now. Beautiful nades will try to force these players down, but not a whole lot of damage. We are seeing battles on the other side of the map, but this one is about to come close. There we go. Hungary eliminated in 14th place. Disappointing myself, but maybe themselves more. Let's see this. Kelsey now pushing up, ready for something. Has a nade. And oh, what a combo.
Oh, my days. Turkey just so cohesive right now, but that shotgun taking them down again. It's going to be a finish from Kesposlav. This S12K so hard to make a push onto, and it will be Turkey taken down. As that is 3 players down for Moldova. Kesposlav, the last one standing, and they're going to be actually get the entire team standing back up. That is exactly what they needed. That will be Turkey put on the back foot, taken down so early in Sanhok, and now's a chance for these other teams to shoot ahead again.
Yeah, that was the top seed. Now down. Insanely clean job to 1v4 clutch, pretty much. 1v3, actually, to make sure that works. And with a player like that gone, how is this team going to be able to continue on? As I love the fact that we got Croatia here just in the back, waiting to see when their time to strike is. Already down to 39 players, 12 teams remaining. And we're at stage 3 already.
Turkey just did not expect Moldova to be sat there in Cal, and that's what that boat rotation does. It completely surprises people. Could get back on the boat because there's two air packages out in the ocean, but I don't think anyone's going to be taking, especially while there's this much chaos going on. Zephyr getting a knock onto Memo from Norway. Yeah, and that will be Memo finished off by Zephyr.
Ooh, where you running? Looks like you're taking a lot of damage here. Zephyr very happy about that. But, you know, you talk a little bit about those oceanic crates, but do they even need it anymore? They just looted the top score here. So that tells me that they're pretty much loaded for any fight as long as the circle forces people into them. But here's a fight coming out. Azerbaijan versus Spain. Let's see what they can do.
Such little HP in that fight between Moldova and Turkey, and such a huge difference to the leaderboard it's going to make. So we do see some nade kills coming out, looking extremely good. Spain going to want to get the res onto Remy, but I don't think they have time, and they're just going to have to make that rotation and leave their player to die. It's definitely better to keep Free alive than to take that risk right now. They need to get into zone. Remy going to bleed out, but Zephyr will be res in a second, and they might have to fight these players in again anytime soon. Norway, 2 of them making that good rotation, but the shots are coming out from the cars from Spain as well. Albania possibly just looking like he wants to play it slow.
Let's see if they are going to be able to play it slow. Moldova still in a happy position. Norway now eliminated. They've actually lasted quite a little bit of time there against these teams, so seeing them now down is pretty solid. But rotating over, we're seeing Moldova still holding their own. Biscay taking out CWE.
I mean, Moldova just chose such a good spot with this rotation to Cow. Might even be their chance to come out in the top 3. They are pretty far back on the leaderboard, sitting in 12th place, but, you know, they shoot forward this round, have a great day tomorrow, and they might make it to the top 3.
That's the goal here. Obviously, taking out Turkey, too. I mean, the gap starting tomorrow is not going to be that wide anymore. There's a good chance Ukraine actually can gap them there with them being down so far. So little things like this is a huge potential for these teams. However, you're going to have to take out Ukraine if you want anybody to try to get into 3rd place or maybe even close to 2nd. And the reason why I say that is you don't want Ukraine farming all the points for you. You know, they're in the lobby. They could still absolutely just take everything away from anybody else.
I think they've been put on the back foot. I think they've lost a player or two. I'll have to check when we get back to them, but it's going to make it harder for them to secure this victory, though. We did see them on Sanhok last time. Do pretty good. Kaspozlav sneaking around. This could be a really naughty spot.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shotguns galore.
Armenia, though, traded out for the cost of one of your players. Yes, your top scorer. You are going to be able to take out a whole team, and that is a big amount of points for you on 8 defeats so far. Considerable amount of damage here. And Georgia, they're looking to swim their way right into another team that just might see them coming.
Pretty sure I saw Georgia swimming a lot last time we were on Sanhok, and that boat's completely beached, so it won't be getting used again. But yeah, now it is time for Moldova to leave Cow. 2 knocked down for Albania. That is a very, very awkward situation for them to come back from. Masafar going to get healed up as well. Bula making the move in. It's going to be hard for Albania to come back out of this.
Here we go. Safira pulling it down, but spot out, and that's gonna almost take him down. And actually, it will. Guns him on the ground, but he was able to get close enough to be able to pick up this player. Kuzi still stuck down on the point, and no longer is even in this game. This is looking pretty rough for that side, but George is happy because they will be able to res another player, and they're on 7 defeats so far.
Yeah, those points starting to rack up. Georgia in 7th place. Definitely one of the contenders for moving forward. Spain are now eliminated by the last Albanian man standing. Man 69. Mano 69.
This is the ring.
Yeah, he's full of painkillers, but the zone is very strong. Gonna take a moment to hit that box, maybe get some more meds in, but now getting sprayed by Skibaku, but it will be the play zone that takes the kill, so Albania out without handing over that last point. We have Ukraine. Thought we'd see them a little bit more aggressive this round, but I think since it got knocked down to a couple of players, they're starting to take it slowly again. definitely aware that these high placement points will re-secure that third place for them, especially after seeing the entire Turkey squad taken out by Moldova.
And Azerbaijan is going to be another team, the 8th to fall. 7 left, and hopefully we can see what else comes through this. Is the damage. It is flowing. It is terrifying for these players, especially right now. I'm looking at this team, North Macedonia, 1 kill, and they're still in it, but they're going for placement.
Can they stop Moldova's momentum? Moldova must be feeding themselves right now after taking out Turkey. Georgia trying to take control of this compound, but it's still not even inside the circle. They might be better off just running past that team into the zone and getting themselves some solid cover. But they're looking like, looks like Zushti's about to run into the Ukrainian team. So we see North Macedonia moving down from the hill. It does drop. It's triple old boy, and it is a confirmed kill.
Let's see this now. We still have North Macedonia, surprisingly, north of the map, or south of the map. Looking for more, though. It's going to be Georgia now getting into the town that we see these players go down. Moldova still anchoring pretty well. This is a very urban area to fight. And that is going to be 1 down. And oh, Kushi taking all of this damage.
I love these little blue boxes. Never expect someone to be inside them.
If it works, it definitely works. And so far, Georgia on 9 kills and very even across the board. 3 of their players have 2. 1 of their player has 3. So little things like that add up to a lot of damage here. But of course, you're going to need a lot more than just elims if you want to catch up to some of these top players. Georgia currently in, I believe, 7th place. Maybe that was Serbia. No, they're in 5th. Never mind. Or 6th. They're around there. I don't know.
Definitely made a good call, though, moving into this compound, avoiding the enemy teams. The circle's going to close again. It closes around the open space and Tatmok, leaving Cal, cutting Cal completely out of the zone. So those 2 teams sat in Cal, going to have to make that move around. Moldova had such a good time in Cal so far. Will they have a good time caught out? Let's wait and see. So they start to heal up, get those painkillers in. The level 3 armor starting to run out for one of their players. So a few more sprays and he'll have no armor whatsoever.
And here we go. Let's see how much ammo these guys are actually going to be keeping up with, as they've been in this box for a while. Boxed in, though. That nade. Dear. Oh, there goes Moldova's player. And they're just running it down to finish him off. Nade to try to zone this player back. And it's now just a 2v4. That's going to be a beautiful trade by Abula there. And Moldova is down with 9 elims, giving the lead over to Georgia, who also took the lead in elims, going to 11 now.
Well done, Georgia. Yeah, it's definitely only 1 team was making out alive from Cal, but can Georgia get any further than this borderline wall? Using the smoke, they should be able to make it into the zone. They need cover. There is definitely opposing teams that know where they are. We've got Ukraine still, the 2 Ukrainian members standing, taking it as easy as possible. Gonna have to make a move into the zone any now, though, so Ukraine also in a bit of a pinch.
Bit of a pinch, and oh, not being pinched though. Georgia, they're just mowing people down 1 step at a time, making space across the beach here. God, it's like storming of Normandy. These guys are playing World War II. Let's see what they can do now that it's just running it down here.
That's so far 4 kills so far. Pretty good. Got that knock. Keep spraying. Can Trent get taken out? No, it's just a little tickle. Right on the edge of the zone, we got Stranek from Croatia taken extremely low, but will make it in. They need to get the res onto Aero. Trent's trying to make that move round. Very sketchy now. If that vehicle blows up, it is all, both of them. Ukraine so close. Go ahead.
Sorry, Ukraine. If you haven't noticed, they've been taking down Georgian players from afar here at this angle. They've been doing so much, and that's why we're seeing these res come out. But they actually dropped both of them there. So this is going to be 2 players now down.
2 more points.
So Ukraine just farming points off of the team that was the biggest. They don't need to get a lot of kills right now. All they need to do is clean up whatever these guys left for them.
Yeah, I think if they just survive for 1 or 2 more teams, then they've taken the first place back. The nade lands onto Postia, but it also lands onto you. Pick your buddies up these days, because back in the olden days, you couldn't do that, and it would have been a bit of a hard crawl. But yeah, they're going to make it to the safe zone either way. And Old Boy's going to get the rev onto Lyrics. Ukraine actually have a chance now to... Yeah, I think they've taken it. I think they've claimed that first spot back from Turkey yet again. It's just been between those two squads, backwards and forwards.
They need 11 points to tie right now. Turkey did get 1 kill, so they're at, I believe, 76. So little things like this could make it work. But the thing about Ukraine is that there's only 2 players remaining, but it seems like there's only 2 players remaining for all teams. As there are 3 teams, 2 on each. And that's going to be triple Old Boy down. Ukraine not looking so hot. And let's see what they could do against Serbia, who's ready to just get the vengeance for what Ukraine has been doing to their team side.
Oh, wow. Lemon Tricks running through the blue zone. I don't think the res is going to come off. Trying to get the med kit in. It's all over for Ukraine. Oh, no, it is not. What the hell? Lemon Tricks with the shotgun kill and going to get the med kit in. Now just has to take out Mela as well. What can Mela do? Mela is going to push, possibly. No, Trent's getting the res off as well. Ukraine are going to be standing. Mela's just chilling. Mela, now the solo, just wants to stay alive.
Uh-oh. 3 versus 3 team-wise. Only 5 players in this lobby, down from 60. 55 players have been killed, and this ring is just closing them in. Triple Old Boy is not in the best position to be in. Croatia just gets the high ground advantage on this hill, but it makes you also very open, but open to get a pick. Serbia eliminated. Ukraine still standing.
No way.
Ukraine can win this out, and they do!
No way! How did Ukraine survive that last 2v2 there? They got pushed in. He was on... Lemon Tricks was on like 4 HP. Sidesteps with the S12. Gets the kill. Puts the med kit in and comes out on top. So that will definitely be Ukraine back in first place. The back and forth between them and Turkey has been so fun to watch tonight, and I hope it continues tomorrow.
Absolutely. And the funny thing is I said, hey, you're going to have to take Ukraine out, or they'll just steal all the points from these teams. And then they did. They took out Georgia, who's about to really just have the best game of their life. And God, little things like that added up to be where we're at now. And I got to hand it to these guys. Ukraine staying at the top, but the back and forth, as you pointed out there, Bigfoot, was pretty immaculate from both sides.
Yeah, so it's definitely, I still think, between Ukraine and Turkey for the top 2 spots. I mean, that's probably where I've ended up today. There might have been someone that pushed Turkey down to 3rd place. It is possible. We'll have to wait and see the scoreboard. Might be have to wait till that tomorrow, but tomorrow we will be back with 6 more games. Again, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. 2 times for each map. Moving forward to find out which 3 teams out of the 15 progress to the World Esports Championship Finals. And Ukraine, champions last year, looking like they're set, good to go, back to the championship again this year, and obviously looking forward to win twice in a row, back-to-back 2022 and 2023, but high hopes and so many different teams and countries involved, it can still go in any direction.
Yeah, it can, and this direction is looking heavily in the range of either Turkey or Ukraine. These guys are close to each other, and I gotta hand it to them. Getting this far, you've kind of set the stage here. You said that Turkey, one of the best teams. We know that Ukraine is the previous champions. We know how good these players are. And of course, you only have to get into the top 3 if you want to move on to the wonderful tournament happening in Yash. So if you want to head over to Romania, all right, should be a pretty fun thing to do. So make sure to, of course, keep battling it out. And I just can't wait to see the scoreboard once it gets updated to find the final points here. Because I need to know, where did Croatia place after that insanely Croatia. My brain. Georgia placed after that 11 kills there to keep it moving. Just insane gameplay from them today.
Yeah, I mean, they were 7th, but they might be the team that can take that 3rd place. I think there'll be a lot of recapping for the night to do, like these teams will be talking about. And moving forward to tomorrow, we might see some small, like minor adjustments to the tactics.
Yeah.
Could be interesting to see some more contesting of drop spots. Like, again, maybe someone heading down to boot camp to try and steal that from Hungary, you know? Might be easy kills. Hungary are last in the game. Why not just drop with them and take those 4 points?
Yeah, and before we end with the leaderboard, let's talk a little bit about what we want to see. We know what we saw today, but Bigfoot, what is a play or a weapon choice, or maybe even this type of playstyle that you had wanted to see more variety in that we didn't get to see today that we might see tomorrow?
Bolt action headshots. Where were they?
Yeah, none. And that's where I was leading to. I wanted some snipers early into this game. And yeah, honestly, I think if we can get some AWMs, then I'm going to be pretty happy about that. But I believe they're finalizing the leaderboard for us right now and should be able to take a gander at that soon. And here it is.
Wow. Turkey maintaining that second place spot and still 13 points ahead of Serbia, but 8 points ahead of them is Ukraine.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the tied for kills 50-50. 6 games. These guys killed 100 people. Like, yeah, that's crazy.
That's
it's
insane.
There's only 60 players in a lobby, and this is what they bring. Dang.
Yeah, that's about average about 9 per game, or nearly 9.
Yeah, that's wow.
Serbia hot on the tail, 64. Armenia, 53. Georgia said they could maybe jump forward to third place, but they do need to do a little bit more work. And so far, it is looking like Serbia are our best contender for the 3rd place.
Absolutely. Now, are they going to stay at 3rd place? Let's find out tomorrow, as of course, I believe this is where we're going to have to say goodbye for tonight. Tomorrow morning time for you, we're going to be seeing these European players really start dishing out the damage, and hopefully we'll see a little upset. I want some of these top tier teams to be dethroned, but that is only up to the lower bracket seed, the lower seeders, and let's find out soon. Bigfoot, it's been an honor casting with you again today.
Yeah, you too, mate. So same time, same place, same team, same map, same game tomorrow. We'll be back for 6 more of these action-packed games.
Bye.